Try and get this W. Honestly, why do Raiders even pick Z Broly? Like, bro, you're gonna win the match. Like, what's the point? Pick another Raider and try to win, bro. Like, I pick Frieza, I pick Cell, I pick Vegeta, I switch up my Raiders, you know? But sticking with the one Raider that's overpowered, like the best Raider in the game, is kind of pointless. It just kind of means you're trash. Like, look at this guy, 3/4 health already. Like, bullshit, bro. It takes me 3 survivors for my Frieza to get that.
Thank you so much. Someone.
Once rank's finished, if I get Broly Raiders, I'm just gonna quit the match before it starts, bro. I don't even care no more. I'm not even gonna waste 12 minutes of my life trying to win a match that's unbeatable.
You're my savior.
Thanks.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Flying Nimbus! Great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Where you at, chick?
That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's down.
I was just about to say, we're doing pretty good.
Oh, come on! Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You know, I don't even blame that guy. He just gave up.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Just need to set these last 2 keys and save that guy. Fortunately, he's level 0, so he's not really doing much.
Flying Nimbus!
Of course, Broly has to be exactly where we need to plant the key. Annoying as fuck.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Get me out this game, bro. Not even gonna waste my time. Got other shit to do.
That you damn you! As all a while back on Earth beneath Kame's lookout in the forest, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku is then shown crawling on his knees. Goku seems to be more damaged than anything else as Goku comments, "Oh man, come on Goku, get up. They need you up there." I can't believe this, Goku says. I feel like no matter how hard I try, I'm still not getting anywhere against this guy. This is crazy, Goku says. Oh man, I can't say I've been through this before because we've never experienced anything like this angel before. He's like a wall that's just too high to climb. Even by mastering Ultra Instinct and training with everyone, he's making all of this look so easy. I hope we can hold off just a bit longer, Goku says. He's hiding so much more of his power inside of him, and I know I'm not the only one who's felt it, but I can also feel him beginning to turn it up on us while we've been at 100% since the start. But out of nowhere, a shadow is then casted over Goku as this mysterious individual went on to tell him, "Please tell me of all of the times you never gave up that this isn't going to be the first, will it? As long as there are those who are going to stand across from Murno to oppose him, then there is still a chance for us to win." So what's it going to be, the individual asks? Are you in, or are you going to continue crawling around on the floor while this angel beats our friends into a bloody mess? Oh wow, Goku says, look at you! You guys did it! Your power is off the charts, so there's still hope. As all the while,
Alright, we found another match.
Being attacked by his
Just
brother
started
Murno,
about a
Murno
minute
then
or
went
so.
on to continue. No matter how many times you try and cover up your blind spots, you will always fall short in matching my skill levels. You are the only thing holding this universe together, Murno says. Because if it were not for you being here, then this universe would have been reduced to ashes, Murno says. And with Murno then shown punching Whis in the face, which caused Whis to go flying out in the distance, as quickly as it happened, Whis attempted to retaliate by trying to punch Murno and telling him, "You will not." "Oh, but I will," Murno says. "Trust me, Whis. You'll know when I had my fill here. I know you were speaking to him. I'm curious. What did Father say? He wouldn't have happened to tell you when he'll be arriving now, did he? Maybe he won't be coming."
As long as we keep Cell to level 2 and we keep rushing, we should win. But once he gets to level 3, it might be GG's.
We'll see about that. Would you care to take part in a little warm-up?
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
They're using their hotspot.
You be careful too, okay?
How did this guy die? I can hear Saul close to me.
Stay calm.
What the hell happened over here, bro?
Gotta get the hell out of here.
Something fishy's going on. Something fishy's going on. What the hell happened?
That's a new power key. Place it now.
You're my savior. Oh man.
Why you have to come near me? Like, move. You see I'm in the cave. Why are you coming in the same cave as me?
This is bad.
Yes.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
I'm whipping some ass right now.
You have my thanks.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Alright, that's game, guys. Give me a sensu and I'm out of here.
Where am I?
I already have a sensu.
You be careful too, okay?
Flying Nimbus! Use got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
I don't know how this guy got all the Dragon Balls so fast, but Escape Time Machine's about to show up. Okay, this guy got saved. Just have to cook. This guy needs to go summon, and then we'll jump him. He should be summoning in D right now. I don't know what's taking him so long.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Don't go get cooked.
State your
I'm level 3, and this guy's level 4, so... There's no way Cell saw me come in this game, bro.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Holy hell.
Got me. It's cooked. See, that's what we need, bro. Some good teammates. People with a freaking brain. W team.
No one does this to me.
That's definitely going on YouTube.
Coming here, Murno says, as he proceeded to knee Whis in the gut. He then continues, perhaps he wants to meet in another universe, which would only mean that this one has no purpose anymore, does it? Like hell I'll let you destroy my universe, Beerus says. You pathetic pawn, Murno responds, as he then went on to backhand Beerus across the face. He then continues, you gods envy us, the true apex of power. You could never match up to one of these ridiculous angels, let alone match me in any way. Now go die, Murno says, and with Beerus' body shown flying, out of nowhere Piccolo and Gohan went on to intervene, as Piccolo went on to tell Gohan, keep your eyes out, Gohan, I'll grab him. And with Piccolo shown doing exactly that, he then went on to catch Beerus by telling him, I got you, Lord Beerus. I've had enough of this, Gohan says. He's mocking us and making us look like fools out here. He's got to have a weak spot, and I'm going to find out what it is. And as soon as Gohan tries to do exactly that, the moment Gohan is shown charging on in, Piccolo went on to shout, wait, Gohan, what are you doing? I won't let you hurt them anymore, Gohan shouts. Stop this right now! But before Gohan could do anything to stop Murno, out of nowhere, Murno had gone on in growing out spikes from his back and impaling Gohan through the heart by telling him, hold your tongue and watch how you speak to me, mortal boy. You are only getting in my way. And with Murno then shown slowly turning his head behind him, he then went on to respond, I am filled with more surprises than you can imagine, mortal. Since my clones were able to infiltrate several alternate timelines, I thought I'd reveal a few new things before the fireworks begin. What do you think? Does it hurt? Gohan, no! Piccolo shouts. Damn, that kid, Beerus utters. What did he think he was going to do all by himself? That rotten angel seems to have acquired knowledge on other moves, and with Gohan shown pulling away and holding on to his heart, Murno so condescendingly then went on to tell Gohan, one of those spikes has pierced your heart artery, didn't it? A lethal blow. How are you supposed to silence me when your power is barely noticeable to me? That's right. Grasp for any moment of air that you can. You were never on my radar anyway, you half-breed. As with Murno then shown turning around and facing Gohan by sticking his arm out, he then went on to continue, this should be good for starters. You would have died alongside everybody else sooner or later anyway. Let this moment be the last thing you ever live to see. Now die, mortal slave. Trial by fire. And as soon as Murno is then shown firing off a gigantic blast down at Gohan, there was absolutely nothing that Gohan during that moment could have done, as Gohan went on to comment, I'm sorry, everyone. Gohan, no! Piccolo shouts, as it was then during that moment where Piccolo had gone on to rush in such a way in tackling Gohan out of the way of the blast by telling him, they need you out there, kid! In ultimately sacrificing his own life to save Gohan's by getting in the way of Murno's blast, and with Gohan shown turning around, to his absolute horror, the last thing that Gohan had gone on to see was Piccolo dying, as Gohan responds, no, Piccolo! As even with Beerus shown quickly moving out of the way, Beerus went on to comment, "Curse this angel, he's lost his mind!" With Gohan's body then shown hitting Kame's lookout below, that's when Murno went on to turn towards Whis by asking, "Oh, you're still here, are you? Well, still no Omni Kings and Grand Priest, I see. Then I'll have to start dropping each and every single one of you until one of you triggers him into stepping forward. Now, I wonder which one of you will be next." Until then, out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had gone on in creating one of Murno's portals by punching Murno in the face by telling him, "What have you done to Piccolo? You again, disgusting heathen." As with Murno attempting to punch Goku with Goku using instant transmission and moving out of the way, out of nowhere, another individual attempted to attack Murno by punching him, but as soon as Murno had gone on and grabbing onto their punch, he then went on to turn in, noticing how there was a brand new fighter standing in front of him, as this fighter happened to be none other than the fusion of both Android 17 and Android 18, as Android 35 went on to comment, "We won't let you have your way with this universe." "What is this?" Murno asks. "Who are you, mortal?" "Ah, yes. Now I understand. You're the result of those androids fusing together, aren't you?" "What a disgusting method of approach," Murno says. "It means nothing." As he had then gone on and blowing everyone back from his power-up, as Beerus went on to respond, "He's starting to get careless out there, Whis." With Android 35 then asking, "How long until you think this guy starts blowing things up around here then?" "You can almost feel it. We can't let that happen," Goku says, "no matter what. We have to make sure we ground him long enough until something changes." "What has he done?" Goku continues. "Gohan, Piccolo." As even with Gohan shown lying on the floor bleeding out with a massive hole in his chest, Gohan then comments, "Dad, I can't move." "How dare you," Goku says. "I swear it, one way or another, you will pay for every life you've harmed." "You think it'll be worth it in the end?" Goku asks. "One way or another, we will find a way to destroy you. Even if we die in the process of doing it, you'll pay. I swear you will." "You are but a peasant," Murno says. "What do you know about conquering your enemy? You are just an animal with no true purpose or meaning. Try and slip past me to save the boy. I will drop you faster than you can blink and snatch your life away before you even knew what hit you." But even then, with Whis stepping forward, he then went on to respond, "Even if you destroy us here, there are no outcomes where you emerge victorious in all of this. Unless you are truly the pinnacle of power, even surpassing both the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, you will fail." "What are you talking about?" Whis asks Beerus. "Do you think he's truly stronger than everyone?" "Indeed," Whis says, "it is very likely that he could be, but we aren't the only ones who stand ready to oppose him." "Surely you don't mean..." "Now I see," Beerus says. "But can we win?" As Whis went on to look on over by responding, "The only way to truly know is if we give our lives up to see it through in the end. There is still hope," Whis says. "You little worms are beginning to get desperate now, aren't you? Are your plans not working as easily as you thought they would? Coming to this universe has been quite entertaining. My body is as warmed up as it could be, and so now that it is, I think it's time that we start collecting heads for trophies. But I'm trying to decide which one of you will be the next to join the Namekian in the grave." He's been using us as a warm-up?" Goku asks. But now that he's fully ready to continue, what does that mean for the rest of us? As Beerus went on to respond by asking, "What's this bastard hiding from us? No matter the cause, do not drop your guard against him, Saiyan." "How about it?" Murno asks. "I'm getting very tired of looking at your face, Destroyer. So will it be you? Or how about you then, Goku? Shall I snuff the life out of you, or shall I snuff it away from the rest of your pathetic friends?" But Whis was not willing to go down without putting up a fight, because that's when Whis went on to tell Murno, "If you are truly looking for a challenge and a head for a trophy, then why don't you focus on me instead?" And as soon as Whis is then shown charging directly at Murno, Murno went on to respond to his brother by telling him, "That's because I still need you around, Whis. Since you are in direct contact with the Grand Minister, then I'll just keep you around as a lifeline in order for him to see the carnage that both he and those brats are ultimately responsible for. You're like a toy toy, Murno says. Back on the shelf you go until later. As right before Whis could get any closer, Murno ends up creating a portal in which causes Whis to go right through it, as Murno went on to then tell him, "You may be a master of many things, but even you are not gifted enough to have learned this one. I'll let you out when I'm ready to kill you." As Vegeta responds, he vanished. It's that portal of his that he's used before. Damn it. Without Whis out here, our chances go down by a large percentage. As Murno went on to respond, "Now then, back to business. Ready to die, slaves?" To where Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus and full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly were the first having to be shown charging on in, to where as they did, Broly went on to shout, "You will die, Angel! Grab him, Saiyan! And if you can't, stall him for as long as you can!" To where as soon as Broly attempted to punch Murno, with Murno stopping Broly's punch, he then went on to tell Broly, "I'm starting to think that there's no hope for you mortals here after all." Despite all that's happened here, the Grand Priest still refuses to show himself. Now, why is that? As with Beerus then attempting to kick Murno from behind, Murno then went on to vanish by telling him, "Foolish creatures." He's gone. Again, Beerus says. "Where did he go?" "I was here the entire time, Destroyer," as Murno out of nowhere ends up connecting a thunderous shot to Beerus' face that not only causes Beerus' body to go flying outwards, but Broly then went on to once again attack Murno by telling him, "You die!" But before Broly could do anything, Murno had gone on in punching a hole through Broly's chest by telling him, "I've grown very sick of your persistent antics, mortal. You had this coming for a long time now." As with Broly visibly shocked and dying from the strike, Murno then went on to smile at Broly by telling him, "I can assure you this, beast. This time, you will not be so lucky to come back. Your brazen defiance will be all but a memory." And as soon as Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku is also shown having to charge on in an act of desperation, Goku went on to address the newly fused android by telling him, "Hurry, Android 35, on me. As soon as you find an opening, take it." As with Goku shown attempting to strike Murno, with Murno dodging each and every single one of his strikes, Murno then went on to tell Goku, "You have heart, I'll give you that. Shall I go ahead and rip it out and show it to you?" As with Android 35 attempting to strike Murno from behind, Murno then went on to continue, "And you, merged machines, how desperate could you possibly be than to rely on fusion as your last ace? Your fusion is meaningless to me." With Murno shown effortlessly dodging, he casually then responded by elbowing Android 35 in the stomach by telling him, "You are not worth my time. If you die in the process, then you die. I have my eyes on other warriors." And with Android 35 shown in pain, Murno had then continued in grabbing onto Goku's throat by telling him, "You, on the other hand, you are someone that I find much interest in. Come on now, Goku, call them. Call the Omni Kings here. Why are you so hesitant to bring them here? If you don't, then one by one both you and your stupid little friends will be destroyed. Humanity's placing its faith into your hands. Will you let them die because of your arrogance?" Until then, out of nowhere, there was a gigantic energy blast that made its way towards Murno, with Murno stopping it with one hand, in which as he did, Murno went on to put this energy blast into question by responding, "You annoying fools. This one is different. Which one of you did this come from?" As indeed, this gigantic energy blast had come from none other than Golden Majin Buu, as Golden Buu was shown distracting Murno by launching the attack by having to then make his way in. As soon as he did, Golden Majin Buu went on to tackle Goku away from Murno's grip by shouting, "I got him!" "What is this?" Murno asks. "Wait, of course. Another fusion." To where as soon as Golden Majin Buu had grabbed onto Goku, he then proceeded in firing directly at the blast that he had launched as a means of creating an explosion. That's when Golden Buu went on to shout, "Now, Android!" He took the bait as Android 35 stepped forward in creating a barrier by telling them, "Get behind me and keep Goku close." Because as soon as the blast had then gone off in creating a massive explosion in the sky, Android 35's barrier was strong enough in sustaining Buu and Goku within the barrier in keeping them protected, as this was essentially a counter plan to get Goku away from Murno and creating a massive explosion to catch Murno within it. The battle waged on Earth is without question getting even more intense, with Buu having to land on Kame's lookout with Goku, as Goku went on to tell him, "Hey, you guys did it. Thank you, Buu. I owe you. Owe me by staying alive and killing this angel, Boo says, and with Goku shown making his way towards Gohan, Goku then went on to comment, oh no, hang on there Gohan, he's bleeding out. I can sense his life energy fading fast. Please don't die. Dende, where are you? I need you here now. As even with Android 35 shown checking up on Broly, he then went on to respond, hang in there, big guy. Oh, this isn't good. He's losing too much blood. I can try to heal him, but I don't think I'll be able to seal the wound. As even with Golden Majin Buu shown intensely having to stare up, he then went on to respond, he's still alive. As indeed he was, because through the smoke, Myrno then went on to comment, I will admit, you mortals have certainly concocted quite the strategies to oppose me. It makes breaking your bodies that much more entertaining for me. But I'm growing tired of your silly games. Is this what
Right now
your
we're 6 out of
final
8,
ace
just
card
need
was going
2 more
to
copies.
be? More fusions? We angels could never. But since your little stunt just now, I had an idea. My intentions are to erase all of you, which I can do whenever I so please. But some of you are of value due to how you fall in favor with the gods. And since they won't come to your aid despite dying on this rock, then what value do you have afterwards? With Goku shown shaking and responding, this is absolutely crazy. He's not even scratched by that attack. His energy is starting to spike. I have to bring Whis back here quickly. And with Goku shown opening up a portal, he then went on to say to himself, come on, this has to be it. Come on, Whis. As indeed it worked, because through the other side, Whis went on to finally come back to Earth with Myrno responding, insects. Are you starting to see that killing us here won't be as easy as you thought it would, Whis asks. I heard what you said. We can't call forth the Grand Minister or the Omni Kings without first waiting for the Grand Priest to gain the order to do so. As with Myrno then shown having to stick his arm up in the air, he then went on to continue, my patience is beginning to wear thin. Kicking you fools around this rock is starting to bore me, so I have an idea. What say we play a little game, Myrno adds? Since you worms are so desperate to stop me, then let's see if you can stop this next attack from destroying this entire planet. You what? Goku asked. He's planning on blowing up the Earth? Like hell you are, Vegeta shouts, as if we will even let you. As with Vegeta shown attempting to attack Myrno from behind, all of a sudden, Vegeta's body had then stopped in its place, with Myrno then having to tell him, Vegeta, what more must you see in order for you to know that you're powerless to beat me, Myrno asks. As with one flick to Vegeta's face, Myrno had gone on in sending Vegeta's body flying backwards by telling him, back down you go, insect. If you're as good as you think you are, then let's see how you will respond to this one. As with Vegeta's body then shown hitting the ground, Myrno then continues, I wonder how far you creatures are willing to go. Is it worth giving your own lives to protect the lives of others? Or is your quest in eradicating me worth much more than those who are helpless to fight back? And with Myrno then shown creating a gigantic energy ball up above him, he then went on to continue, this next attack has enough power to massacre you all tens of times over. Try and stop it if you wish, with Beerus responding, Whis. He's not bluffing. And what then, Whis asks, what exactly do you think you'll gain by destroying this planet? With Myrno responding, everything, that's what, you coward. Let's start thinning the herd and see which one of you will be the last one standing in the end. And as soon as Myrno had done exactly that by launching the gigantic energy ball down below, he then went on to continue, live or die, as once I was left to choose. The choice is yours. As we only then make our way back inside of the Omni King's palace, in seeing how both of the Omni Kings are testing the Grand Priest to see if in fact he can pass with flying colors, the Omni Kings proceeded to place a few set of cups on a table by telling the Grand Priest, before we grant you permission to put on a fight for us, we want to see how good your eyes are. Yeah, one of these cups possesses a very special ball inside of it, and if you can figure out which one of these cups has the ball, then you win. Can you guess which cup the ball is hiding under? You'll only have one chance to get this right, or you'll lose and the game is then over. Yeah, replies the second Omni King, and if you lose, then we can't grant you the permission that you need to put on a fight for us, so choose wisely. And with the Grand Priest shown not willing to waste a single second by hesitating, that's when the Grand Priest went on to reach on over by responding, well, sires, although I have been following your movements very carefully, I suspect that the ball that you have hidden from me would be in this cup right over here. And the Omni Kings lost their mind as the Omni King shouted, you did it! You figured figured it out! Yeah, you're really good at this, Grand Priest, but then, with the Grand Priest doing all that he could to gain the trust and access by the Omni Kings to give him the permission that he needs
now
to
we're 4
fight
out of 8.
Murno, all of a sudden the Grand
Still
Priest
waiting.
went on to sense a very unusual energy as the Grand Priest said to himself that energy, it's him. My deepest apologies, sire, says the Grand Priest. I humbly ask how long these games are going to take because my presence is required in order to check on something. I am very eager to hold this battle for you against Murno. May we speed things up in order for that to happen, as all a while back on Earth with Murno shown unleashing a gigantic energy blast down on the Earth itself, Goku and the others were left speechless as Goku came face to face with Murno's attack by responding, "What power! We can't stop that. We can't let this happen. We just can't." With Beerus
Alright, we're
responding,
establishing the
"There is no
connection.
time to be planning a counterattack, Goku.
And we found a
Snap
match.
out of it right now.
Should start in
Damn
2
it,
minutes.
Saiyan. We have to go right now," Beerus shouts. "Vegeta, you know instant transmission, don't you? Grab whoever you can and let's get out of here right now. Do you hear me, Goku? Now!" With everyone, including Vegeta, then shown scrambling, that's when Vegeta went on to respond, "Damn it, Kakarot, we can't do anything about that. It'll kill us all if we don't move. So let's go." "But we can't just leave the others," Vegeta says Goku. "We have to do something to help them. They need us. We can't just let them die." With both Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 grabbing onto Vegeta with Vegeta responding, "Pull yourself together, Kakarot. It's either them or all of us. They could be wished back by the Dragon Balls. Now hurry. We only have seconds remaining. Follow my energy and meet us at the Supreme Kai's planet now." And as soon as Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta was able to get Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 off of the planet, the only ones
35,
remaining at
baby.
that point were Beerus, Whis, and Goku as Beerus went on to shout, "Do you have a death wish, Saiyan? There is nothing any of us could do to avoid this planet's destruction. Now follow Vegeta's energy signature."
I'm tired, yo. I need to take a nap.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus Trunks! I've set a super time
Can't be doing this 5 a.m. live streams no more.
Here's
I
how
need
to
sleep.
launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're my savior.
Where is the keto?
Great! You know what to do with that key.
So I'll try to get these cubes before someone else gets them.
You found another power key. Use it quick. It's no
We got 3 keys so far. Not bad. Someone just got killed.
I you out of your misery right now. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger think you're lying again.
don't even know how that happened.
I have a wondrous gift for you. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Find this A key.
I owe you one.
Bro, it took so long for this guy to save that person because of the stupid baby. I swear, the developers are retarded, bro.
Flying Nimbus!
And that's game.
And get us the hell off of this planet before we die on it. Now, Goku! It's either you kill us all by waiting around here to die, or we live to fight another battle elsewhere. Now snap back into it and let's move, mortal, right now! But our families, Lord Beerus, our friends, we need them just as much as they need us. But that's when Whis went on to quickly interrupt Goku by placing his arm on Goku's shoulder by telling him, Goku, listen to me. If we don't leave right now during this moment, then all of this would have been for nothing. Their deaths would be for nothing. I understand how much this may hurt you, but we have no other choice right now. We must leave them. We need to hold off long enough until the Grand Priest is dispatched by the Omni Kings, Goku. It's the only shot we have. Either we find a way to kill Murno together, or we perish. We need to hold off a bit longer, and we can't waste any more time. With Beerus then shouting, now let's go!
That guy went out of his
The
way to kill
blast
me.
is about to
Hope you have a
connect!
fun match,
Where as
homie.
soon as then Goku had managed to collect himself and placing his fingers on his forehead, that's when Goku went on to respond, I'm shaking. What a mess. I'm sorry, everyone. I promise that I will do whatever it takes to bring you all back and put an end to this nightmare once and for all. I swear I will. We won't let him win. I promise we will find a way. I'm sorry, Goku says. As it was only then during that moment where Murno's blast was then shown finally making contact with the Earth with such incredible intensity that the explosion itself can be seen all the way from deep in outer space, because as everyone had finally then gone on in landing on the Supreme Kai's homeworld, the Supreme Kai then went on to ask, Elder Kai, do you feel that? They've come. Which means, the Elder Kai says, everything has been destroyed by Murno. Oh dear, I don't sense the others, the Supreme Kai says. Gohan, Broly, Piccolo, they're gone, young Kai, says the Elder. Murno took them from this world. What a horrible situation. I can't believe that maniac actually went through with it and nearly killed us all because he wasn't getting what he wanted from the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest. Don't you ever hesitate like that again. Do you hear me, Goku? My lord, Whis says, I'm afraid it just wasn't the planet that Murno had destroyed. The sheer force of that attack had also resulted in the total destruction of the entire galaxy as well, along with every life form and planets that resided within it. And he did it because he knew he could, with Beerus responding, that coward won't stop there. He'll continue to destroy everything in his path until there is nothing left. And he won't stop until they arrive, which is exactly what he wants. As even with Vegeta looking up in the sky and noticing this massive explosion, that's when Vegeta went on to comment, he did it. That bastard did it. Bulma, Trunks, Bulla, I couldn't keep my promise. He obliterated all of them without batting an eye. As even Goku was shown collapsing on down and punching the ground by having to say to himself, damn him, how could I let this happen? Chi-Chi, Goten, Gohan, Dende and Mr. Popo, Broly, Piccolo, what a monster. He's unbeatable. We tried everything and It didn't even faze him. Do you think he's still out there somewhere, Android 35 asks? If he was willing to go that far, then what's stopping him from destroying everything altogether? As even Golden Majin Buu was left speechless, as Golden Majin Buu responded, I don't sense his presence anywhere either. Murno is more than likely still alive, I'm afraid, Whis says. An attack of that magnitude wouldn't be enough to destroy him. As Vegeta is shown then approaching Goku, Vegeta had gone on and grabbing Goku by the collar and shaking him by responding, hey, get up! This is no time to mourn! You of all people should know by now, so get your head back into the fight and snap out of it. If we give in to him right now, then all of our efforts would be for nothing. So do you want to kill this bastard or not? He won't stop and you know he won't, so shake it off. As Goku responds, but what more can we do against someone like that, Vegeta? He just keeps coming no matter what we throw at him. And what's even worse is that he's toying with us. Have you lost your mind, Kakarot? With Vegeta then shown grabbing Goku by the throat, he then continues, did he hit you a little too hard across the head out there? Pull yourself together. We haven't tried everything just yet, Vegeta says. We still have a lot more fight left, and besides, you wouldn't have happened to forget about those Potaras Whis gave us, did you? We still have fusion, Vegeta says. Ugh, the Potaras, Goku says. Yes, I still have them right here. Then you know what needs to be done, says Vegeta. You know how much I hate joining bodies with you, but if it's the best chance we have of beating him, then we have no choice. Yeah, you're right, Goku says. Whis did mention how he infused his magic in them so they won't separate us early, too. It's worth giving a shot then, but it was only then during that moment where out of nowhere, a very familiar voice went on to catch everyone's attention there by asking, running now, are we? It took you worms long enough to get here. I was already here before your precious planet was blown to pieces. How the hell was he already here before us, Beerus asks. Did you honestly think I wasn't going to track you down this quickly? You could run to whichever corner of this universe you desire. It will not hide you from me. And as expected, still no Omni Kings or Grand Priest. Your blood will be on their hands. I will purge this universe until there is absolutely nothing left. So I see some of your friends were unable to make it back here with you. Well then, let's continue to thin the herd even more, Murno says. This is where the rest of you will die. And as soon as Murno had then once again gone on to lift his arm up, he then continues, I will eliminate all of you if it's the last thing I do. Try and stop this if you could, as Vegeta went on to shout, no! Damn it, not
Right now we're 7
again!
out of 8.
He's lost his
Just need,
mind,
one
the
more.
Elder Kai shouts, hey! Get us out of here, young Kai! We've got to leave! As Murno was then shown creating yet another gigantic energy ball up above his head, without even wasting a single second, that's when Murno went on to tell them, if those traitors willingly choose not to come to me, then I will destroy everything they hold near to them until I am the only thing left for them to see. Ugh, he's going to do it again, Goku! Get ready! We'll need to get out of here the moment he goes for it. Why don't you leave these
Yeah,
planets
establishing
out
the
of this
connection.
and focus on fighting us instead, Goku asks. You won't get away with this and you know it. With Murno responding, I will crush you insects one way or another if it's the last thing I do. You could try and run away if you want, but all you'll be doing is extending your death
And still.
sentence. But it was only then during that moment where Murno went on to sense a very unusual energy as Murno went on to respond, wait a minute, this energy. Why does this energy feel so familiar? As to the surprise and shock of everybody there, out of nowhere, Universe 11's mightiest warrior Jiren had appeared to swoop in quick enough and punching Murno in the face by shouting, I'm not finished with you! It's you again! Jiren, Murno says, but it wasn't just Jiren that ended up arriving, because on the other side with him, we then get to see how Super Saiyan 3 Kefla was also there waiting, with Kefla then shown having to smile by crossing her arms and asking, so, this is the original Murno, huh? Gotta say, you're a lot meaner looking than your stupid clones, but did you really think we'd forget about you? We've been doing our part in Universe 6 as well, so you're in for a hurting for the stunt you've pulled on us with your clones before. But to Murno's surprise, he then went on to overhear two more familiar voices as those voices went on to address Murno by asking, you didn't forget about us either now, did you, brother? As out of nowhere, both Margarita and Vados went on to simultaneously kick Murno in the chest by asking, surprised to see us, Murno? We won't let you have your way with the multiverse so as long as we're here to stop you. As with Murno's body then shown flying away and stopping Murno from launching the attack down onto the planet, both Jiren and Kefla went on to finally regroup with Goku and Vegeta as Goku went on to comment, "Whoa, Jiren, but where did you just come from? Thanks for helping us. We needed that." So we meet again, Son Goku. You don't look so good. We have some unfinished business with this angel just as much as you. It's time we put an end to him for good. Hey there, Universe 7, Kefla says. That form of yours. You look crazy strong, Vegeta. Almost as strong as us, with Vegeta responding, "Ha, well, Super Saiyan 3, huh? Well done, Kefla, but I wouldn't claim to be stronger just yet. Welcome to the battlefield." Vados, Margarita, we says, you came.
Yo,
You
Terrence,
knew.
why does the,
You didn't think we'd leave you to fight Murno
Hercule
alone
skin
out there
cost
alongside your
750
Universe
TP
7
tokens?
warriors now, did you, Margarita asks? And besides,
Same
Vados
as a
chimes
Raider.
in,
You can
the
either
Grand
buy
Priest had given us the order
Hercule-
to go all out for
the
a
Hercule
reason,
skin,
didn't
or
he?
buy a
And
new
if we
Raider,
are all going to fall,
which is
then at least
ridiculous.
we will fall together trying. Let's leave it all out there, you two, Vados says. We know how dangerous Murno is. It's better to die trying than to let him get away with destroying our universes. It's all or nothing. As with Jiren also shown turning his head and acknowledging Beerus, that's when Jiren went on to comment,
Looking in the
"This
shop right now, you
power,
can't even buy
so
new
God
Raiders.
of Destruction, you have also mastered the
only
power
Raider
of
to buy
Ultra
is,
Instinct as Goku did. Well done," with Beerus responding, "He's
now I
coming,
see
mortal.
Broly.
Use
Z
everything you
Broly,
have against him.
750.
We can't risk losing everything on
Cell
even
to
the
Cell Juniors
smallest
is
of
300.
mistakes." As with Murno
Wuhan
shown
is
returning
300.
onto the battlefield, visibly annoyed by holding onto his chest,
Okay, I
to
see the other
Murno's
Raiders.
surprise, that's when he went on to comment, "My
550
pathetic
for the Ginyu,
sisters."
550
So,
for
the cattle has gathered to
Super
die
Broly,
now, did they?
750
In which, as we then
for
get to see how
Goku
Vados
Black
is
and
standing
Zamasu,
alongside Whis, Margarita,
750
Mastered
for
Ultra Instinct
Baby,
Goku, Jiren,
750
full-powered
for the
Super Saiyan
Gammas.
3 Kefla, Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus, Golden
And if you want the
Majin
Hercule
Buu,
skin,
Primal Super
that's
Saiyan
also
Blue Evolution
750.
Vegeta,
I'm
and
not paying
Android
750
35,
for
that's
one
when
skill,
Murno went
bro.
on to address them by commenting, well, look at all of these familiar faces. So, your universes stand in unity against me now, does it? So I see. You are all that stand between me and my prize. The prize of collecting the heads of the Omni Kings and Grand Minister. Then it shall be, Murno says. I am going to rip you all apart piece by piece until they are forced to save you. Draw as many of them as you want. In the end, you will all be killed. Mortals, gods, angels, show me what your unity is made of. Just look at you all. How embarrassing. To watch you all band together like ants to protect your colony makes me want to vomit. But I assume you had this plan the entire time, so go on then. You may all come at me as you'd like. The end result will still be the same. Which was exactly what both Super Saiyan 3 Kefla and Android 35 had done, as Android 35 went on to comment, Kefla, listen to me. Break fast on the attack. Got it, Kefla says. Let's smash his face in. What do you think, Vegeta Goku asks? Should we go for it? As Vegeta went on to respond, by the way things are looking, we have no other choice. Listen, Goku says, once we merge, we have to use everything we possibly have to either destroy him or keep him at bay long enough for help to arrive. Anything else and we're dead, Goku says. As when then going back to Android 35 and Kefla with both of them shown synchronizing their attacks, that's when Murno went on to ask, so, the fusions volunteer first, do they? A synchronized attack, is it? You think I'm not aware of what the two of you are planning to do? We don't care if you know, says Android 35. Kefla, break! As through the middle, Whis was then shown emerging and attacking Murno by telling him, our universes will prevail. But with Murno then shown stopping Whis' punch by grabbing onto it, he then went on to respond to his brother by telling him, you are delusional if you think any of you have what it takes to destroy me, Whis. This order was given by the Grand Priest, wasn't it? He instructed you all to band together against me. Now why is that? Oh, I know, Murno says. It's because he knew that your only chance at survival was to stand united, then fight divided. I'll draw him and those little rats out of hiding sooner or later, but then, as Murno went on to look on down below, he then went on to spot Vegeta putting on the Potara earring and responding, those two, the Saiyans, what are they planning? Wait, but of course, Murno says. Potara earrings. To where as soon as Kefla, Android 35, and Whis were all shown simultaneously attacking Murno, they knew they had to keep Murno at bay as Goku and Vegeta went on to put on the earrings as Kefla went on to shout, "He's not budging! Don't release any of the pressure," Whis says. "Keep attacking him!" There, Vegeta says, "It's on. Listen, this may be our only shot left. So let's hit him with everything we have." But it was clear that Murno wasn't going to have any of this because Murno went on to speed blitz right past everyone as Kefla went on to respond, "Hey, he's gone! I didn't even see him move! I'm growing very tired of these fusions and mergers you mortals keep relying on. Let's put an end to it for good." To where as both Goku and Vegeta's bodies were shown coming together, all of a sudden in between them, Murno had quickly gone on in getting in between them by having to stop their merger and asking, "And just where do you think the two of you are going?" "What the heck?" Vegeta says. "How did he do that?" "He stopped it," Goku responds. "How is he holding our fusion back like this?" "There will be no fusion between you today," Murno shouts. As the moment he was then shown blowing both Vegeta and Goku away, he then went on to continue, "The mimicry of the divine will not be achieved through your unholy union," in which not only has Murno prevented Goku and Vegeta from fusing, but at the same time, he had also gone on in completely destroying the Potara earrings by responding, "You are all making this too easy for me. Your emulation of joining bodies has failed, as were all of your efforts in defeating me. I am both the immovable object and the unstoppable force. There is nothing you mortals can do to stop me. However, as for you, my angelic siblings," in which out of nowhere before Vados could perform a sneak attack, Murno went on to grab Vados by the face by telling her, "You all hold a special place in my heart of hatred for you. Where was this fearsome loyalty when I needed you the most? Nowhere to be found," Murno says. "Your sneak attacks are only annoying me. Get out of my way, you disgusting heathen." As the moment Murno was shown tossing his sister away, in noticing Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus making his way towards him, while Vados was falling back, she also had gone on to notice Golden Majin Buu also making his way in, as even Vados went on to put this into question by asking, "He felt me approaching him. Hey, what are you doing? Don't!" "Buu going to absorb him," Golden Majin Buu says. "Stand back." As during that moment with Murno shown punching Beerus away, he then went on to ask him, "Has your will not been broken yet, Destroyer? How many times must I break your body in order for you to learn your place against me?" "You will be a part of Buu," Golden Majin Buu shouts, and with Murno then shown turning his head, Murno doesn't seem to be concerned in the slightest, as Murno went on to ask, "Are you really attempting to absorb me in hopes of containing me within your disgusting body? Let me show you how wrong you are, creature." "Don't do it, Buu! He already knows!" Goku shouts, but it was already too late because even with Golden Buu attempting to absorb Murno, Golden Buu went on to respond, "I can't move. No!" As it was only then during that moment where Murno was shown powering up in such a way and blowing Majin Buu into pieces by responding, "What did that fool think he was going to accomplish by attempting to absorb me? What a primitive way of attack. I could never allow myself to be overtaken by such tricks. Disgusting mortal creature. Get this filth off of my body, undeserving weakling. And as for you," Murno says, "Pride Trooper of the 11th. As up above him, Jiren was shown charging up for a massive attack and looking down at Murno by telling him, "As long as I am standing to oppose you, I will stop at nothing to see you pay for destroying Lord Belmont along with my fellow Pride Troopers. You and I have some unfinished business to settle, Angel. Your empty threats mean nothing to me, Trooper," says Murno. "You will fall to me now just as you fell to my clones before." But out of nowhere while Murno was distracted, Super Saiyan 3 Kefla went on to grab onto Murno's back by telling him, "Not unless you fall in the process first, ugly. Hurry it up, Jiren," Kefla shouts. "He's breaking my grip. I can't hold him much longer. Launch your attack while I have him. Do it before he breaks free and attacks." Which was exactly what Jiren had done because the moment Jiren was shown launching the attack down, he then went on to shout, "This is for Universe 11. Quickly, Vegeta, Goku says, "Us too. Let's hit him with everything while we can. I'm already on it, Kakarot. Hurry before he breaks through." As with Jiren's attack nearly shown connecting, Goku and Vegeta also went on to fire both the Kamehameha and the Final Flash in a collective effort of merging their attacks as Goku went on to shout, "Something's gotta work here. Let's do it. Full power, Vegeta." "Saiyan woman," Murno says, "your sacrifice will be forgotten. What did you just say, Kefla asks. Sacrifice? What sacra? You heard what I said, slave, says Murno. My clones should have killed you when they had the chance, but they were too careless. I, on the other hand, am not. You will stay right where you are, Murno says. As through the method of paralysis, Murno had gone on and freezing Kefla in place by telling her, paralyzed where you stand. Your death will come by the hands of the very warriors you trust. You never stood a chance. Now perish in regret, Murno says, as he was then shown teleporting out of the way in between both Jiren and Goku and Vegeta's attacks. With Kefla shown unable to move and being paralyzed, it was only then during that moment where both of these attacks had gone on to smash into her, in ultimately wiping her out where she stood, as Goku went on to shout, Kefla, no! Damn it all, Vegeta says. He baited us into killing her. You spineless coward, Jiren says. You knew what you were doing, didn't you? As before Jiren could even realize it, Murno was already standing behind Jiren by telling him, of course I knew what I was doing. You didn't think I was going to fall for that, did you? Tell me something, trooper. You wouldn't happen to know where the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings are now, would you? What will it take for me to draw them out of hiding and into this universe, Murno asks. As he was then shown punching Jiren in the face, he then continues, you were the Omni King's favorite fighter during your little tournament of power that they held, weren't you? Perhaps I'll just smash through their favorite little warrior until they decide to show themselves in the meantime. As with Jiren's body shown flying on down, Margarita quickly went on to catch Jiren by telling him, stay with us, Jiren. I got you. Remember your training, she says. You can't risk facing him in this current state which you are in. Curse him, Jiren says. I will not stand for this mockery anymore. Change of plans then, as even with Android 35 attempting to attack Murno from behind, Murno had already gone on to sense this as Murno went on to comment, and as for you, you've been a thorn in my side since you first decided to stick your nose where it didn't belong, Android. I think it's time you accepted your fate in this world and relinquished your pathetic life for good. This ought to do the trick, Murno says. It's been a very long time since I had the chance to pull this little rabbit out of my hat. Some of you may be very fond of what's about to happen here, Murno says. Your existence never had a purpose. Hakai, as it was only right then and there where Android 35 had noticed that his body was then beginning to dematerialize right in front of everybody, as even Beerus went on to ask, that bastard actually knows how to use the Hakai? But how? This can't be happening, Goku says. He's ripping us apart out here. As with one dire call for help before having to be completely erased, Android 35 went on to stick his arm out by shouting, don't let him win! You hear me? Find a way! Whatever it takes, find a way to end him! As it was only then, right then and there, where Android 35's body was then shown completely dissipating, as Murno went on to respond, you foolish machine. There is no way. There never was and there never will be. I leave no mistakes behind for my opposition to exploit. Now then, that's 2 for 2. Let's see, how many more cattle are left remaining to be slaughtered? Not many, I see, but still no Grand Priest or Omni Kings to save the day. Let's find out how many of you it will take to die in order for them to finally show up then. He slaughtered them as though they were nothing. This is bad, Vegeta. And without those Potara earrings, we don't stand a chance fighting him like this. Damn this angel, Vegeta says. No matter what it is that we try and do, he somehow finds a way around it. For that, we'll have no other choice than to use the other fusion method. This is ridiculous, Beerus says. We're dropping like flies out here and he's barely even trying. No matter what happens, don't you mortals dare give in. Do you understand? We'll keep pushing until the end. As Golden Majin Buu also comments, Buu can't even absorb him. He's very aware of his surroundings. Sneak attacks also won't work against him. Whis, listen, Vado says. In order for us to buy the maximum amount of time that we can in order for the Grand Priest to arrive, we must attack Murno together and figure out if he has any openings. Anything other than our best and he will surely destroy us. He is just as dangerous as he was when we remembered. We can't chance anything less than giving it our all together. Understood, Whis says. Then we'll synchronize our movements and attack as one. But we must be careful. He's beginning to use more and more of his full power, as Margarita also went on to chime in. Do you remember our training with him when we were first being groomed to become the Multiverse's attendees? Though we were much larger in number, we were still able to push him back and overwhelm him. We have to try and do the same thing now against him. Then it shall be, Whis says, as Myrna went on to oversee his siblings by responding, "You fools think I can't hear what you're saying? Go ahead and attack me together all you want. You know better than anyone that it won't work. I was the firstborn angel to exceed everyone's power that rivaled the Grand Priest. The three of you are nothing. I am the strongest among our race. You can send the entire angelic race after me, and I will run each and every single one of you down into the ground. I am starting to lose my patience with these games you worms are playing. You can't hide them forever. I will find them and I will destroy them, just like I will destroy all of you." But the angels were not having it, because as Vados, Margarita, and Whis went on to dash towards Murno, the angels were looking to unite in fighting Murno together, as Whis went on to shout, "Together, angels! No matter what happens, exploit what you can find. Your lawlessness ends with us, brother," says Margarita. But before any one of them could do anything about it, Murno in fact had a trick up his sleeve, as Murno went on to stick his arm out by responding, "How pitiful! Such supreme life forms among the living, yet so naive in their perspectives. This ought to do the trick then. Go ahead and try and find a way out of this one." As with all three angels shown dashing in with such tremendous amounts of speed, Murno had baited them into creating a wormhole in which resulted in the angels going right through, as before anyone else could realize it, Vados went on to comment, "Wait, is that a dimensional wormhole? Wait, stop," Vados shouts, "it's a trap!" But it was already too late, because both Whis and Margarita had gone on in going right through, with Vados having to stop herself. With both Whis and Margarita shown on the other side, Vados went on to inform them by shouting, "He's trying to seal you both away! Quickly, come back or you'll be trapped without any other way of coming back!" But before both Margarita and Whis could do anything about it, Myrna was then shown closing the portal in front of them by responding, "They will remain where they are until it's time for them to be dealt with. Try and escape as you'd like. Not even your great knowledge of space and time will help you with where I've placed you. Now seal." As with the wormhole shown closing, Myrno then went on to continue, "You worms should already know better than anyone that I possess many unique techniques and abilities that some may consider to be unnatural. And I'm just getting warmed up. You'd be lucky to find your way back on your own, but by then, this universe and everything within it will already be destroyed. But maybe I am wrong. Perhaps this may be what Father sees and helps you through the process. And now that leaves you, Vados," Myrno says. "Such a noble angel you are, always willing to do the right thing by Father's side. I wonder what his response will be once he watches one of his favorites die." As with Vados then shown making her way towards Myrno, she then went on to address her brother by telling him, "You are nothing but a spineless, heartless monster, Myrno. The once gentle, honorable brother you were has been ripped apart by your envy and lust for power and supremacy. You must be stopped," Vados shouts. But before Vados could do anything about it, Myrno had gone on and sticking his arms out in a very unique position by telling her, "The slave of a brother who you remembered is dead, as you will soon be. This ought to look familiar to you. Now freeze." As right before Vados was shown striking Myrno, Myrno then went on to continue, "A token given to me by my clones when they visited you. Do you remember?" Myrno asks. "This technique belongs to your precious assassin Hit. Although his usage was primitive in execution, mine, however, is not." As with Vados then shown frozen in space-time, Myrno then went on to look at Vados by telling her, "You are a fool to have devoted yourself to such slavery when you could have been freed. Free from the bondage the Omni Kings have you in. I was looking for change. I wanted liberation from the laws placed upon us. And you all turned your back on me. Spineless witch. I will return to you after I am finished with the mortals you care so deeply for," Myrno says. "Now then, slaves. Is your will not broken yet? My angelic siblings failed. What makes you assume that you would do any better?" he asks. An easy answer, of course. "You won't. And you can't," Myrno says. Who to start with? Ah yes, the Pink Demon. I see blowing your body into millions of pieces didn't work, so I guess I'll have to rip you apart the old-fashioned way. As with Murno then shown speed blitzing his way down and stomping Golden Majin Buu onto the floor, with Murno's foot being held against Buu's face, Murno then went on to smile at Buu by telling him, "Your attempts of absorbing me proves how desperate you are to go to any measure to stop me." And where did that lead you? To your doom, that's where Murno says. Does it hurt, Majin? Crumbling weakling. Let's separate your fusion and revert you both back to your original forms, he says. As with Murno then shown kicking Golden Majin Buu with such tremendous force across the head, it was only then shown how effective the force behind Murno's kick was, because it had then gone on in separating both Frieza and Majin Buu, as Goku was shown standing next to Jiren and acknowledging Jiren by telling him, "Things seem to be getting worse by the minute. Hey Jiren, I have an idea, but it's going to require us to attack him together. Even though his defenses are extremely high, I know he has an opening that we have yet to discover. What do you say?" With Jiren responding, "It'll be pointless for that to happen using the current power I have. For this to work," Jiren says, "I cannot be interrupted. It's the best chance we have and the only choice. If you can, keep him away from me for just a moment. You aren't the only warrior who has transcended the power of the gods." To transcend the gods, Goku asks, "Wait, you don't mean..." As indeed it was, because with Jiren then shown closing his eyes and being consumed by a very familiar aura, even Murno himself went on to acknowledge what was happening, as Murno went on to comment, "That glow, that energy, yes. This was Margarita's doing." How disgusting, Murno says, as with Jiren then shown changing, with his aura beginning to shine through, Jiren then went on to continue, "The will of my fellow Pride Troopers who fought to protect me lives on, as does the spirit of our God of Destruction. I promise you I will not fail." "Vegeta," Goku says, "do you feel that? I can't believe it." "Yes, I see it too," Vegeta says. "He's done it as well." As with Murno then shown overseeing a massive burst of energy in the distance, it was only then during that moment where Jiren had mastered the power of Ultra Instinct, as Jiren went on to open his eyes and responding, "Now, Angel, witness my all. For the terror and destruction you have caused in the 11th, I will make sure that you pay for every life you have taken." "I'm ready," Jiren says. "How amazing," Goku responds. "Look at you, Jiren. Your power is unbelievable. I wish the overall circumstances here were a bit different, but I'm glad we have you by our side." "Watch yourself, Kakarot," Vegeta says. "I have an idea. While you move in, I'll follow close by. Let's hope this works." As with Murno then shown smiling and not being fazed by the overall situation at all, Murno then took it upon himself in addressing both Jiren and Goku by telling them, "So I see my disgusting sister has helped awaken your true potential by having you master Ultra Instinct. And you believe this will be what saves you?" Murno asks. "Congratulations, mortals. All you've managed to do was add another body in the grave. This union changes nothing." And with mastered Ultra Instinct Goku then shown getting into fighting position, in their attempts of fighting Murno off together, Goku then went on to ask, "You ready, Jiren? Let's hit him with everything we've got." With Jiren responding, "On my move, Son Goku. Go!" As it was only right then and there where both Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku were shown simultaneously attacking Murno at the exact same time, in which as they did, Murno proceeded to fight back and acknowledging their efforts by responding, "Though you are both undeserving to live the lives you do, I must admit, the two of you are much sharper than I expected you to be." As with Murno shown dodging each and every single one of MUI Goku and MUI Jiren's attacks, to the best of their ability, they continue to fight back as Murno continues. Even if you've mastered Ultra Instinct, it still pales in comparison to its originators and wielders. As with Murno then shown grabbing onto both Goku and Jiren's punches, he then continues, "The two of you could never reach the levels of power that I possess. I'm sure you are both very well aware of the levels Ultra Instinct has. You are both just barely scratching the surface of its power." And with Murno then shown as an extension slamming both Goku and Jiren's bodies together as he held onto their hands, despite their best efforts in ganging up on Murno, Murno then went on to tell them, "Whereas I sit at the very top of perfection, you mortals could only dream to reach such heights, but this will be where you peak. This will be as high as I allow for the both of you to climb. Whis and Margarita should be ashamed for stooping this low and guiding you mortals to such power. As with Murno then shown punching Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku away, he then continues, when creation is restarted and the multiverse is reborn, I can assure you that such things will never happen in my history ever again. Aw, damn it, Vegeta says, it didn't work. I got you, Kakarot, hang on. With Vegeta being shown helping out Goku, Jiren proceeded to attack Murno, with Murno grabbing onto Jiren's punch and telling him, I sense great anger within you, trooper. Are you angry that you lack the power to make a difference despite having my sister train you? Does it hurt your pride, Murno asks, and with Jiren trying his best to pull away, Murno continues, death is the only adventure you have left, and beyond it, total annihilation and complete erasure. Stuck? Surprised? You should have known that nothing you do will work by now. Payback is in order, Murno says. As with Murno then shown kicking Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren in the stomach, he then went on to tell him, you will tell me where those cowards are hiding and you will kneel before the one true god in existence. Acknowledge your failures in being the weakling you are. As all the while back with Vados, Vados' body was then shown slowly starting to shake and cracking the fabrics of time by responding, I must break through. I will get you, Murno! As even Murno himself went on to acknowledge this, with Jiren dropping on down to a leg with Murno responding, so, you're a lot tougher than I gave you credit for, Vados. You are actually beginning to break through my time cage. Remarkable, Murno says, but that won't get you very far. Let's continue wiping the slate clean by eliminating more of your precious mortal warriors. Maybe it's time I destroy everything in order to finally get what I so desperately desire, Murno says. So Vados is attempting to shatter through my time cage, is she? You deplorable traitor. I'll have what I came here for one way or another, even if it means slowly torturing each and every single one of you to draw them out. I know they're watching, Murno says. I can feel the Grand Minister's energy radiating through the multiverse. But why hasn't he shown himself along with those brats? Maybe slaughtering another one of his precious angels ought to do the trick? This game you are playing is beginning to really annoy me, Murno says. And as soon as Murno went on to charge directly towards Vados, he then went on to continue, then I guess I'll start with you and see if my experiment is successful. But then, before Murno could get any closer to Vados, out of nowhere a voice went on to tell Murno, not so fast. As if I'm going to let you run away during our fight. You again, trooper, says Murno. How dare you touch me? Your existence means nothing to me, and even with the power of Ultra Instinct, your efforts are laughable. Get out of my... But before Murno could actually finish, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren had taken the liberty in slamming Murno's body down on the ground by telling him, then try laughing at this. So as long as the fire within me continues to burn, you're not going to be taking anyone's life here today. Now, Son Goku, use your portal warping technique and free those angels. As with Goku then being shown doing exactly that, with Vados attempting to do her best, in shattering through Murno's time cage, Vados went on to comment, this cage will not bind me. As with Goku also being shown opening up a portal, he then went on to comment, come on, where are they? This has to work, Goku says. We need them. We can't do anything without the angels. There, Goku says. I think I found them, but my power's fading. My body is too worn out from fighting Murno. I need more power, Goku says. As only then Vados was finally then shown breaking through Murno's time cage and acknowledging Goku by then telling him, your energy is rapidly decreasing, don't give in. I will lend you some energy in order to help you get by, Vados says. You must resist and not give in. The Grand Priest needs a little more time in order to sway the Omni Kings into siding with him in order for this nightmare to end. If we wish to end this, then we need to continue to push back or destroy him. Do not relinquish your fighting spirit, Vados says. As Vados was then shown sticking her arm out, she was willing to help Goku replenish his energy by then telling him, bring them back and continue to fight, Son Goku, which was exactly what Goku had done, because with Goku now gaining the necessary power in keeping this portal open, Goku was then finally able to do the job that he was set out to do, as Goku went on to comment, whoa, my power, it's back! Thank you, Vados. Now come on, you two. There we go, Goku shouts, found ya! As when going back to Murno and...
It's W.
time machine, as well as a
Come on,
crate
kid.
of supplies.
Wake up.
Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
You have my thanks. Where am I?
You're in a video game, homie.
Thanks. Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Internet's pretty slow.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
They're fighting. I'm only level 1, so I can't do that much damage. Open ass right now. 3 bars of health gone.
You're my savior.
Killing him right now. Right, chipping.
Flying Nimbus!
And why did this person have to freaking disconnect, bro?
That's a new power key.
All
Place
we
it
need
now.
all players. Internet's pretty laggy. I'm gonna go set this B key. Got 4 Dragon Balls so far.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Down 2 players. Alright, now we have to summon for sure. Wait for these guys to get the dragon change back. So we can jump them.
Thanks. Flying
Well,
Nimbus.
all civilians are gone, so he has to kill us, or we gotta kill him. I have a feeling that this match is just gonna cancel out, bro. This guy's internet is so trash. I can't even pick up the cube right now. Disconnect. He's coming towards me right now.
Holy hell.
Thought his internet got KO'd.
All right. Come on. Holy hell.
I eat the sensu just in case he gets me. He only has 2 bars of health. Do they have Garlic Jr. as a raider? They have Vegeta, Cell, Boo, Broly, and the Gammas, and Frieza. He only has 2 bars of health, so we can get him. I need someone to come and save me, though. Oh, we won. GG's. This guy's internet was trash, but we still got the W. Giant King Piccolo? Nah, man. We don't need no more giant players. We have regular Vegeta when he turns grade 8. We have Baby, grade 8. We have Cell Max. Who else do we have? No more big raiders, bro. They're all trash. We need some GT raiders. Give us Super 17. Give us the Shadow Dragons. Even give us some Universe 6 or some other universe. Some of the other people from the other universes. Stop recycling raiders, bro.
Jiren, Murno was shown punching Jiren in the face by then telling him, torturing you is much more enjoyable than it is to simply rip your life away. But these pathetic games of cat and mouse is irritating me. Back down into the dirt you go. As with Jiren's body shown crashing out into the distance, Murno then went on to continue, what gluttons for punishment you creatures are. Your feeble minds cannot possibly comprehend my power, but only one can. We are the sum of our deeds, mortals, the result of the path we choose to take, and my path has led me down this road, the road of revenge against those who attempted to take my life away. I will continue to beat you creatures around this planet until they come to me or I kill you all and go to them. As with Margarita and Whis finally shown returning with Goku shouting, gotcha, there you go, Murno went on to acknowledge their return by responding, the Saiyan freed them. Of course he would, but perhaps he might be what brings them here. Those portals of his, Murno says. Is it possible for it to lead me to them? He must know where they are. I'm sure of it, Murno says. Thank you, Goku, Whis says. However, we must not waste any more time, especially since we are short on it. Listen to me carefully, Whis says. It is made painfully clear that you cannot possibly hold a candle to Murno as you currently are. You don't have the strength to push back. I am saying this to you because right now the only ones who are able to remotely do anything to hold Murno off are us angels. With the power of Ultra Instinct, you, Jiren, and Lord Beerus are simply holding on to your lives. Vegeta is also barely clinging on, so it won't be enough. We need more in order to see our time through here, which is why both you and Vegeta must merge together right now in order for our universes to have a fighting chance. As with Goku shown getting into fighting position, he then went on to respond, I'm not sure if we'll have enough time to do our fusion dance, but we'll try our best to make it happen. With Whis responding, I wasn't talking about the fusion dance, Goku. Although the first set of Potara earrings were destroyed before your bodies merged, I made sure to create a spare just in case something happened to you both before Murno invaded our universe. It possesses the same magic in holding you both together for an entire hour without separating you, despite the amount of power your bodies emit. As all a while with even mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus attempting to strike Murno with Murno moving out of the way, Whis then continues, at the rate which we are going in, Murno will surely kill us all soon. My brother is at his strongest, and I cannot detect any openings in his defenses. And if Murno does have any weaknesses, then he's done a perfect job in hiding them from us. We swore to defend the multiverse no matter the cause, so we must, Whis says, but I fear that Murno is still holding back tremendous amounts of power, likely saving himself for the Grand Priest and for the Omni Kings if he finds them. We are simply pawns in this game of his, Goku, so we must not give in. As Whis was then shown spawning the last set of Potara earrings, he then continues, with these they will increase our odds in staying alive. Now hurry, Whis says. Go with Vegeta and put these on immediately. We will all buy you the most amount of time that we can. If these earrings are destroyed, then all hope is lost for us to hold off any longer. Don't fail, Whis says. If you haven't already noticed, Murno is also attempting to beat the information out of us in order to track my father and the Omni Kings down. He hasn't killed us all yet because he knows he could possibly gain something more from us before killing everyone. We are to not give him anything. If we die, then we die in honor. With your fusion in place, it will help buy the amount of time needed before Murno meets his end, Whis says. And as soon as Whis was then shown taking off and holding Murno at bay, he then went on to tell Goku, now go! Time is not to be wasted, Goku! As we only then pan back to both Vados and Margarita, Vados went on to acknowledge Margarita by telling her, it's been a very long time since we worked together in a fight, sis. What do you say we remind Big Brother of what we can do when we're fighting as one? With Margarita responding, indeed it has. I don't think he'll be expecting this from his little sisters, so let's surprise him. It's worth a shot, Vados says. We need to pick our spots carefully. If you are able to find an opening, call it out, sis. With Margarita responding, well, whatever happens out there, it's been an honor to fight alongside you, sis. If we make it out of this against him, then maybe one day we can find out which one of us is stronger. Like the good old days, right? Margarita asks, and with Margarita and Vados then shown getting into fighting position, with both of them acknowledging the overall situation, Vados went on to respond, right. It would be an honor, she says. Now, get ready. Ready whenever you are, Margarita responds. Keep your eyes on him. Pay attention to his movements, as all the while when going back to Murno, he is then shown being attacked by Whis, as Murno went on to respond, your attacks are sharper than they were before, Whis. I wonder why. You'll die in this fight regardless, and as soon as Murno was then shown attempting to punch Whis was very fortunate in moving out of the way and dodging Murno's punch by responding, not unless I am able to take something from you before that happens, brother. As to the surprise of Murno, Whis was then shown actually connecting a punch to Murno's face by continuing, I would rather be destroyed than give up any information that could lead to the multiverse's destruction. We will not break nor will we quit. But as quickly as it happened, Murno proceeded to uppercut Whis in the stomach by then telling him, then I will break both your spirits and your bodies. But even then, Murno was not expecting what was about to happen, as Whis went on to grab onto Murno's arm by telling him, no, you will not, Murno. I've got him, Whis shouts. Grab
Alright,
him
next match.
now! What?
Start in a minute.
What are you doing, Murno asks, but then, once again to an unsuspecting Murno from behind him, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren went on to grab onto Murno in a chokehold by telling him, don't worry about what we're doing, you should worry about what your final words will be after this is all said and done. You dirty rat, says Murno. How are you still standing? I am still standing because my will to crush you and see you pay for what you've done is what drives me. The will to become the strongest and the will to never fail again. But just like Jiren and Whis, Beerus had also went on to grab onto Murno's legs by telling everyone, quickly, whatever your plan is, Whis, it needs to work right now. I've got him. As even the tyrant Frieza himself was then shown injecting himself in this situation by grabbing onto Murno's arm and telling him, oh no you don't, hurry it up, whatever you are about to do it already. He's too strong to hold on to forever, with Jiren responding, just hold him, don't let go. As with Margarita and Vados shown powering up, Vados went on to ask, do you think this will work? If we strike him at the same time, will it damage him enough to where it causes an opening? With Margarita responding, Murno's body is similar to the Grand Priest's in a way. It's very durable and can withstand lots of punishment, so I can only hope this works, she says. To where as we then take a look at Goku desperately shown rushing towards Vegeta, Goku went on to shout, Vegeta, quickly! This might be the only chance we'll ever have to pull this off. We can't.
All right, let's try to get this W.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time
This would be great.
as well as a crate of supplies.
But I don't know how that would work,
How to launch. Find the power keys, then place
because you
them
need
in the
like
right
4
spot.
stages, right? So you need a raider, or somehow pull it off with a team of 4, so you can get 4 levels. Honestly, the Shadow Dragons would be great, or somehow Super 17. You can get Dr. Giro, that other Doctor, Android 17, and then they could fuse to make Super 17 for the 4th form. Or we can even just get the regular androids with Android 19 and 20, and then 18, 17. Somehow add 16.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I need help!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Great. You know what to do with that key.
You're a big help!
Hey, great! You found
Yeah,
another
Ricky
power
rushing
key.
the hell out this
Use
guy.
it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
Get out of there for now. Guy keeps coming closer to me. Beat it. I'm gonna head to A. Oh, sorry, to B. See if I can find that key.
Have to leave.
I don't think it was that manga. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Let the eradication begin. What? Is that all?
We still have a level 0 on their team. Person needs to hurry up and get some cubes. You can jump in the time machine. If he saw me yet.
Flying Nimbus! I suggest you do not dawdle. You
Just have to set that C
mortals
key.
have limited lifespan. No. You cannot hide from me.
There's no Dragon Balls, so if he gets to level 3, we'll get a transfer.
Holy hell.
Survivor's planting the key.
The startup system for the super time machine.
Oh my gosh.
Take on.
I did like a little bit of damage. Try to grab that string. Gosh. There's still some more cubes I want to buy. Oh, he destroyed the vending machine. Thanks. One right there though.
Flying Nimbus!
I'm about to get my dragon change back, so I'll be good.
Holy hell.
Let's go.
An ally needs your help. Don't know when danger will. Let's go.
W team, W team. But that's a fan manga, so I don't think it would be animated. It's not real, right?
Waste this! We's created a backup set of Potara earrings in case something happened to the ones we had before. We've got to put them on right now while we have the chance. Their effects are kept the same, and we won't defuse despite the amount of power we use. It's now or never, Goku says. This is the best shot that we have at holding Murno off and stopping him. Fine, Vegeta says, then hurry it up. It doesn't look like they can hold him with Goku and
I know what you're
Vegeta
talking about. I
powering
watched
back
it
down
already.
with Goku responding,
saying,
here, you know what to do. Listen,
that idea makes
we
no
can't
sense because
hold
it would never
anything
happen.
back against him. So when we merge, let's try and use Ultra Instinct as our primary power and combine that with your primal strength from within. I'm not sure what's about to happen, Goku says, but it's our only shot here. With Vegeta shown putting on the earring and responding, this had better not fail because I am not going to do this with you again. So it's all or nothing. Either we use 100% of the fusion's power, or
damn, it
we
was
die.
trash.
But our heroes were
waste of
unsuccessful
time.
enough in keeping Murno locked down for a longer period of
Like, how
time,
many
as
mini
Murno
Gokus
went
do
on
we
to
need,
blow
bro?
everyone back by unleashing more of his energy and shouting, "I will not be bounded by you
We have
weaklings!"
we have
But by
original
that point,
Goku
Goku and Vegeta's
from
bodies
Dragon
were
Ball.
already shown merging together,
And we have mini
as Murno's
Goku from
attention had then
GT.
shifted in noticing
Now
a
we have mini
massive
Goku
bright
from
light in the
Daima.
distance by
Like, how many
responding.
times does Goku
What
have to be a
happened
kid,
to
dog?
those Saiyans? This energy, that light, he says. I see. So this was their plan. They had
They shoulda just
another
made
pair
Vegeta
of
go to Universe
Potara
6.
Earrings. As for the
In,
first
for
time
Super,
against
and continue
Murno,
this-
making
continue the
his
Super
return,
story.
we then see how Vegito had now stepped onto the battlefield with lightning shown surrounding his body and staring very intensely. That's when Vegito went on to address Murno by telling him, "This is where it ends, Angel. Your reign of terror and carnage throughout the multiverse ends here with us. No more games," Vegito says. "Well, well," Murno responds. "It looks like I'll be killing two birds with one stone here today then. I know all about the sacred Potara fusion. And just like the other two, now what were their names again? Ah yes, Kefla and Android 35? You will be the next to join them in the afterlife." But Vegito was not looking to waste any more time, as he was then shown closing his eyes and now beginning to tap into his full power by saying to himself, "Remember what's on the line. I will stop at nothing to destroy him once and for all. I must," Vegito
Yeah, correct,
says.
but they should just do it
"It's
the official way
time." And as Vegito's
and not use
body
that
is then
source
beginning
material.
to change, Whis then went on to respond, "Yes, that's right. That's the way. Remember your training. Remember what you are fighting for. Remember the powers that both of you have acquired and bring it out onto the surface. We need you in this battle." As a massive burst of energy is then shown making its way upwards, the sheer force and magnitude of this intense power-up was so tremendous as it was beginning to blow everybody back, with Jiren having to chime in, "That power and that heat, they've done it. It's time," with Beerus also responding, "Look at that energy and that aura. Is this the full power of what Goku and Vegeta are capable of when they combine bodies? Well done, Saiyans. This is what is needed." As even Boo went on to respond, "Wow, Boo has never seen power come from Goku and Vegeta like this. Ah, curse you apes," Frieza says. "I hate you so much. Ah, what force. Why am I not surprised by this? Hurry it up, you monkeys! Let's kill this angel already!" "Yes," Whis says, "good. That's the way, young warriors. This will help buy us the time we need until the nightmare finally comes
Yeah,
to
same
an
here.
end.
I think I just watched the
I hope
highlights
this breaks
on,
through," Whis
YouTube.
says. "We need all
I didn't
the
really watch it on
firepower that we
Netflix.
can get. Just remember
watched
your
people react to
training.
it.
Remember every battle and every moment that has brought you to this very moment in time." As with all of this going down within Universe 7, meanwhile, back with the Grand Priest and the Omni King, both the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest were shown playing rock, paper, scissors, as the Grand Priest got the better of Zeno, with Zeno responding, and shoots. "Aw, you got us again. You're really good at this. How do you keep winning?" with the Grand Priest responding, "I guess it's just luck, sires." You've done very well and won every game we've played, says the Omni King. You're really good, Grand Minister. So the game is over then, one of the Omni Kings shouts. You gave us a run for our money. You're the first to ever beat us. Yeah, says the other Omni King. Nobody has ever played with us for this long before. You've been really fun and have passed all of our tests so far. Yeah, you have, one of the other Omni Kings says, but you still have to pass one more test and complete one more game. If you can get by this, then we'll agree on letting you use your full power to fight Murno for us. We hope it's just as entertaining as these other games were, with the Grand Priest responding, you mean just one more game and it's over? Well then, sires, what will this game be exactly? I don't want to keep you or Murno waiting, with the Omni Kings then responding, oh, you'll see, Mr. Minister. It's a good one, but nobody has ever passed it before. Yeah, says the other Omni King. Follow us into our throne room and we'll show you what it is. Come on, hurry! As with the Grand Priest then shown visibly concerned and nervous, he then went on to say to himself, if this is truly the Omni King's final test for me, then I must make sure to hurry up and get it done. I sense a great war being waged within Universe 7. But I also sense a great loss of life as well. I'm sensing a new warrior. This must be the Saiyan's fusion entering the fight, which only means that Murno has overwhelmed them all to extreme measures. I have to hurry and arrive. I'm sensing a great anger coming from Murno, which means he's almost completely run out of patience. Please, the Grand Priest says, just hold on a bit longer. I'm coming. As within that moment, the Grand Priest was then shown having to enter the room in which the multiverse was overseen, and from there going out of his own way to use his own energy in stabilizing the multiverse. That's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, the situation with Murno has turned out to be far worse than I previously imagined it would be. Keeping the multiverse locked and protected from Murno destroying them would at least ensure that the Omni Kings will not notice their destruction. I cannot push the Great Kings, the Grand Priest says, or their moods will change, which could result in the end of everything. Once this final test they want me to partake in is complete, I will finally put an end to all of this once and for all. What have you done, Murno? And for what? Our laws cannot be broken, especially not without approval, the Grand Priest says. Otherwise, none of this would have happened and it would be me out there against him and not them. I can only hope that your united alliance remains intact by the time we arrive. I know what you are doing, and I promise you that you will pay for everything you've done to defy me and disrespect the laws which we govern by. But unbeknownst to the Grand Priest, the Omni Kings then went on to walk into his chamber by then telling the Grand Priest, there you are. We were wondering where you went. Yeah, we thought you didn't want to play with us anymore, so you left us behind. Yeah, one of the Omni Kings says, that wouldn't have been a very good decision to make if you did. Are you ready to play our last game with us? This is all you need to pass and will grant you the permission you need to fight. And as the Grand Priest then proceeded in turning around and bowing down to the Omni Kings, he then went on to tell them, my deepest apologies, sires, but I was only looking to see where this great battle that will be held for you will be taking place. And I think I found the perfect location for this battle to be waged in, great Omni Kings. You did, says one of the Omni Kings? This sounds so exciting. Yeah, it does, says the second Omni King. Is it here? Will you be fighting him here? Or maybe you decided to fight him in one of the 12 universes, with the Grand Priest responding, well, actually, sires, that battle will not be held here in this chamber. However, I did indeed find the perfect location, and that location will be in Universe 7. I ask of you, if this game and test of yours is completed, am I bound to any limits? With the Omni Kings responding, well, no, you're not. Yeah, says the second Omni King, you can use your full power without any limits, and whatever you destroy, we'll just bring back using the Dragon Balls if we feel like it. Wonderful, says the Grand Priest, thank you. You may or may not remember Murno, but he is indeed an extremely dangerous life form. I humbly ask of you to not intervene during our battle. It would be for the best, along with giving you the best entertainment that
Let the carnival of terror begin. the Dragon Ball.
I need to find a civilian radar quick.
Very well then. Give me the Dragon
Two
Ball.
keys already.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Okay.
You have my thanks. Give me the Dragon Ball.
Bro, I'm getting key rushed heavy right now. DJ, I'll be here.
This will be like before, and I won't be gentle.
Yo, who has a power key radar, bro?
Where are the Dragon Balls?
I don't have any.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
Sorry, you got the wrong guy.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
I don't have any.
I need help.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
Sorry, you got the wrong guy.
Every time I have a radar match, somehow my views go up. People be stream sniping.
You have my thanks.
Bro, this is so annoying. Oh my gosh. This guy's like super motorcycle. These guys are so annoying, man. Holy shit. Yo. Finally. This guy. Oh, you got revived? Get off my dick, man. Lost the Dragon Balls. But if they summon, I'll get my level 4. Audacity. Audacity of these guys. Trying to fight me. Are you dumb? Or are you stupid? I don't even know where you went.
You're no match for me.
Bro, I had internet problems my last Raider match and I dropped from Z5 to Z3. I didn't even lose. I literally just got disconnected.
That I can as well. So about this game of yours, the Grand Priest says, shall we begin? As all a while back within Universe 7, both Margarita and Vados had found their opening in picking their spots very carefully as Myrna was distracted, as Margarita went on to shout, "He's distracted, Vados, let's move in while we can. Let's see if we can find an opening," Vados says. "Stay sharp, Margarita." But to the unfortunate shock and surprise of both Margarita and Vados, Myrno had already known that they were making their way towards him, with Myrno not willing to waste any more time by sticking his arm out and responding, "Did I not say that you will be saved for later? Was my word not made clear? Away with you both," Myrno says. As with Myrno then shown blowing Margarita and Vados away with such tremendous force that as their bodies were sent flying out into the distance, Majin Buu went on to stick his arm out by catching the angels and commenting, "Buu, make sure angels are safe." As all the while in the meantime, Myrno had seemed to be very fixated by Vegito's transformation in solely paying attention as to what was about to happen, as Myrno went on to comment, "Now back to you. This power that I am sensing, this radiation feels similar to an angel's power. This must be Whis' doing." Of course it would be. He must have infused his angelic energy to make sure those Potara earrings are stronger than usual. But it's pointless to resist, Myrno says. This too will be just another warm-up before the great feast that I have prepared. These mergers and fusions seem to be filling up time, as if I didn't already know what you were doing. But you will all soon see. Now let's get on with this. Show me the power of your fusion, Myrno says. And as Vegito is then shown finally completing his transformation, Beerus went on to put this into question by asking, "Whis, do you feel that? The Saiyan's fusion, what did you do with those Potara earrings?" With Whis responding, "To ensure the fusion remaining, I made sure that no amount of power Vegito uses will result in them separating. And to make sure that we had a fighting chance against him, I merged a small portion of my angelic energy within the Potaras." That's cheating, Whis, Beerus says. "So does that mean that Vegito is on the current level of the angels?" "So as long as those earrings remain," Whis says, "they will be." Which also means, Beerus says, as long as Myrno doesn't get a hold of them and breaks them, then the fusion will remain as it is. Let's hope these Saiyans can help us buy the time that we need. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up, Whis. It feels like he's starting to use more and more of his power as we attack, with Whis responding, "We must not yield. I have no doubt that the Grand Minister is doing the best that he can to see this through. I hope the Omni Kings agree to his plea." And with Myrno shown carefully observing, Vegito took it upon himself and looking down in his hand by responding, "What incredible power. I've never felt energy like this before. So this is the total power of both Goku and Vegeta. I can also sense an angelic energy as well," Vegito says. "This must be Whis' doing." "Now then, here we are," Vegito says. "Your nightmare ends with us, and we are not looking to play any games either. So what's it going to be?" Vegito asks. "Are you ready to die, Angel?" And with Myrno then shown smiling, the menacing Angel did not appear to be concerned at all, as Myrno went on to address Vegito by telling him, "Show me what you can do." "Will he survive, Whis?" asks Beerus. "How much more time do you think is needed?" "I think our odds are certainly higher, but how much time is needed? As long as it takes for the Grand Priest to help get the Omni Kings to agree to his conditions on this battle," Whis says. "Until then, we must continue to fight, no matter what." As with even a battle-damaged Master to Ultra Instinct Jiren looking on, Jiren then also went on to acknowledge the situation by responding, "I don't like this. The angel appears a little too relaxed. Stay alive, Fusion." And with Myrno not looking to waste any more time, Myrno went on to respond, "Now go." And go Vegito did, because as soon as Ultra Instinct Vegito went on to speed blitz right towards Myrno, Myrno's immediate reaction was then being shown defending himself, as Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to move so fast beyond Myrno that even Myrno himself had gone to put this into question by asking, "A vanishing ability?" The force of his speed alone created an illusion. So then where did he go? But then, before Myrno could even realize it, Master Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to connect a thunderous shot by telling Myrno, "Here I am!" As the sheer force of the impact alone was so powerful that it caused Myrno's body to not only go flying out into deep space, but even the others such as Beerus himself could not believe this, as Beerus went on to ask, "Whis, did you just see that?" "Incredible," Whis says. He was able to trick Myrno into believing that Vegito attacked him, but simply created an illusion before before finding the perfect opening to strike, which when then going back to Murno and seeing how his body was sent flying and crashing through several different planets, this itself had really gone on to illustrate the case in point of how strong Vegito actually is in not only being successful enough in connecting a solid shot to Murno's face. As Murno's body was shown crashing through planets, he eventually went on to maintain his balance by shouting, "Enough, those pathetic Saiyan mortals! I see what you did now. Clever and effective, I will say. I was too careless." And with Murno shown looking down on his hand, he then went on to comment, "Blood from a mortal. One lucky punch changes nothing, so you're a lot stronger than I assumed you'd be. Fine, but that will be the last time you will ever touch me ever again." As we only then make our way back down onto the Supreme Kai homeworld, Margarita went on to inform Whis by telling him, "Our healing is beginning to take a toll on our power, Whis. We will reserve our ability to heal until it is needed. Can your warrior do it?" With Whis responding, "I am unsure, but you know as well as I do that one lucky punch will not change the outcome of this fight. Both Goku and Vegeta are using the core of their limit-breaking powers along with my angelic energy as one. There is no telling what will happen, but we must prepare for the worst," Whis says. "Whis, what do we do if the fusion is overwhelmed?" Beerus asks. "Should we attack him as one or wait for an opening while they battle? Our options are limited, and we can't afford to lose any more fighters as this continues." With Whis responding, "I am confident that
Alright, we
Vegito's
found the
earrings
match.
will be enough to
Just
hold
started in a
him
minute.
through against Murno for a little longer. As it stands through their merger, Vegito is the healthiest and most recovered fighter we have outside of us angels. If we rush in blindly, it could cost us our lives, so we will wait. If Vegito is beginning to get overpowered, then we will make our move." With Frieza chiming in, "Are you kidding me? So you're telling me that even with those monkeys fused, there's no guarantee that we will win? Then what else will do if not even fusion will stop him?" As Jiren went on to chime in by shouting, "Never mind that for now, he's coming, and he's coming in fast. Everyone brace yourselves." As with Murno then shown making his way back onto the Supreme Kai homeworld, Murno then went on to comment, "Well, that was fun, but now it's my turn, mortal trash. Payback is in order, worms. I'm not the mightiest life form without reason, and I'm about to show you." "That was a quick recovery," Vegito says. "I didn't expect for him to bounce back like that. Wait, I can sense him closing in." As indeed this was the case, because with Murno then shown breaking the sound barrier and making his way ever so closer, as with the way Murno was shown closing on in, he then went on to acknowledge Vegito by telling him, "I believe I owe you something for knocking me away the way you did." As with Murno then shown finally connecting a punch of his own, Murno had managed to knock Vegito away with such force that it not only resulted in Vegito crashing through the entire planet and on through the other side, but Vegito's body was also then shown flying and crashing through 4 different planets within outer space, as even Beerus could not believe this, as Beerus went on to shout, "No! Vegito! Whis! He knocked them through the entire planet!" "Lord Beerus, no," Whis says. "Please remain where you are. I'll go."
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with that key.
That this D key, I'm gonna head to E right after. It looks like the Raider went to E.
Flying Nimbus!
Swear I heard a chick. She in here?
Thank you so much.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Welcome. Thank you.
One's on that E key.
Flying Nimbus!
We have no level 3s either.
Gotta get the hell out of here! How is it gone in here?
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
He doesn't come this way, bro.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
I was gonna grab the transfer, but I think I'm gonna save my teammate instead. Help this guy out.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Get up!
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I tried to run away with the Dragon Balls, bro. We only had 4 of them.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
You guys ain't saving me.
With Vados then shown spawning her staff and responding, "Damn my brother, they'll die in the void of space. Stay here, I'll go." As we then make our way back to Murno and having to oversee how Murno is looking down on this gigantic crater within the planet, with his arms now crossed and patiently waiting, Murno then went on to ask, "I told you, didn't I? Painful, wasn't it? This is your last line of defense, because if it is, then you are doomed. You'll either die in the vacuum of space or you'll come back and die from the beating that awaits you. Either way, you are both going to die. I know you are watching this, father. Is this what the mighty minister values more than his own kind? This is what you are protecting?" As with Vegito's body shown hurtling through space, Vados had just made it in the nick of time by having to contain Vegito in a barrier by telling him, "Just in time. I got you, warriors. You will not perish within the voids of space." Aw man, Vegito says, "That one really hurt. Just now, I felt it," he says. "There's something more to him. I know he's hiding more of his true power. It's just great. Thank you, Vados. My entire body is shaking from just one of his punches, but I was able to push him back prior. I just need to be faster than him if I hope to catch him off guard like that again, but will it work a second time? Can you heal us, Vados?" Vegito asks. "Bring us back as quickly as possible. The others won't be able to hold off much longer if they're alone with him." "I have an idea," Vegito says. And with Murno shown patiently waiting, he then went on to comment, "A cowering mortal with the mimicry of the divine will never prevail over the one true supreme god. And as for you," Murno says, "you don't think I could sense you approaching, trooper? I can detect vibrations within the surrounding atmosphere to feel you coming. Giving it another go, are you?" Which of course was exactly what Master the Ultra Instinct Jiren was attempting to do, because even then, despite the overwhelming odds against Jiren, he still attempted to attack Murno from behind, as Murno went on to catch Jiren's punch by telling him, "You pathetic mortals always try to emulate the divine and fall short. Your resiliency is admirable, but now you are really starting to annoy me. Instead of killing you the way I did your friends in Belmont, I think I'll have you suffer a slow and painful death first before getting rid of you." But even with Jiren's fist being held in place, Jiren proceeded to power up and telling Murno, "How dare you! I won't lose to you!" But Murno quickly responds by headbutting Jiren directly in the forehead by telling him, "Shut your mouth, slave! You've already lost long before you even knew it. As if your sheer willpower to carry on will be enough to combat my raw power. Never, mortal." And with Murno then shown kicking Jiren down on the ground, he then continues, "I'll do you just as I did the others. You've done enough here today. Useless, all of you," Murno says. But then, unbeknownst to Murno, from behind him through the exact same crater shown within the planet, Master the Ultra Instinct Vegito had popped up out of nowhere by asking, "Who said we were done with you? We are far from finished." As with Vegito attempting to punch Murno with Murno moving out of the way, Murno then went on to tell him, "So, Saiyan, you've been healed, I see. Must have been one of my sisters, since Whis was too busy protecting his pathetic god of destruction from attacking me. So what's your deal?" Vegito asks. "I can feel you are hiding tremendous amounts of power. What are you saving it for if you can kill us right now?" As with Vegito attempting to strike Murno with Murno dodging each and every single one of his punches, Murno then went on to respond, "So you're not all brawn after all. For what I intend to use my full power for is none of your concern, because soon you, along with everyone in existence, will be dead anyway." As with Murno shown avoiding one of Vegito's punches and then overseeing how both Master the Ultra Instinct Jiren and Master the Ultra Instinct Vegito were shown coming at him, they both went on to respond, "Not a chance. Not while there's still a way to break you down," with Jiren chiming in, "And as long as I am standing, I will do everything in my power to destroy you, Angel." And with both Master the Ultra Instinct Jiren Jiren and Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito shown attacking Murno, Murno went on to defend himself by responding, "Are you mortals fighting me together because you know it's impossible for you to win on your own? I assume this to be the case," he says, "but you don't get to make the rules in my game." And with Murno's body then all of a sudden shown disappearing, Vegito went on to comment, "Jiren, look! His body just dissolved. I've seen this before," Jiren says. "He dematerialized." "Damn it," says Vegito, "where did he go?" Stay alert, with Jiren responding, "There's gotta be a way to catch him while he's in motion." In not Ben realizing that behind him, Murno was slowly beginning to stick his arm out as he proceeded to grab Jiren by the head by telling him, "Keep dreaming, trooper." Ooh, what the? As with one quick unexpected toss, Murno had gone to throw Jiren's body out into the distance, with Jiren's body shown hitting the ground multiple times as Vegito went on to chime in by telling Murno, "Why don't you come out and stop fighting?"
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Well then.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Level 2 pretty quick. Not come in this cave.
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell. Oh man.
Still don't have my level 1.
Holy hell.
No bitch, bro. Like, why is it always Roman?
Another power key. Use it. Holy hell.
It's me, bro.
Flying Nimbus!
Did I lose him for real? Wow. Shout out to the team.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
It's coming. Try to find the A key. Wata.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
We have 5 Dragon Balls so far. 6.
Someone!
You have my thanks.
Just stop hogging the balls. Pause. Gonna hit the D. These guys are not organizing the Dragon Balls properly.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Is the other ball, bro? I swear we had all the Dragon Balls. These guys don't want to organize this accordingly. And I need to find myself a shield.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Ally down! You have to rescue them. Watch out for enemies.
Stay calm.
Two man's down.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
See how this plays out.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to.
It shall
Got it?
be done. I will grant your wish.
Yeah. You serious? Oh man. Dragon Fist.
Oh, someone with the Spirit Bomb.
acting like a coward, Angel. You know you can't beat us while we stand together, so that's why you're struggling, is that right? Because if you are as powerful as you say, then you would have already ended us. But you can't, and that's because while we're fighting together, you don't have a chance. You must be out of your mind if you believe I am even remotely worried about any of you, Murno says. You know as well as they do that I am far beyond you all in power and potential. I am only keeping you fools around so I can see if my experiment is a success. The experiment of seeing if the Grand Priest will come to your aid like he did many times before, or if that proves to be a failure, then I'll just beat the location out of you before killing you all, with Vegito responding, "We'd rather die against you than cough up any bit of information that can lead to the multiverse's destruction. And even if they arrive, do you really think that you have what it takes to destroy all of us while the Omni Kings and Grand Priest are here? You must be delusional to believe that," with Murno shown smiling and responding, "which is why I know what you fools are all doing. You're trying to buy time for him to arrive, aren't you? The only problem that I am having is figuring out why. But it doesn't matter to me anymore. By the time they arrive, you will all already be dead. And if you don't believe me, then... well, how about I show you then, since you don't seem to be understanding what it is that I am saying. Wait, what are you planning to do? With Murno responding, "Oh, you'll see, mortal. I think it's time we spice things up a bit. I wonder how you will respond. You better act fast. Delaying the inevitable will only get you so far, and since I've figured out that you worms are all stalling for time, why don't we make this a bit more interesting," Murno asks. "At some point, those cowards are bound to reveal themselves, so let's see if this will be that moment. I'm sure you are smart enough to figure out what's about to happen here. In a matter of seconds, you can kiss the sacred world of the Kaioshin goodbye. Just try and stop me," Murno says. "You'd be lucky to survive, so you better act fast or you'll be dead," with Vegito responding, "Have you lost your mind? And for what? All of this so you can get your father and the Omni Kings to show up? How about you leave this planet out of this and continue to fight instead?" "No, not this again," Frieza shouts. "He's not bluffing, Saiyans! What did I tell you?" Beerus shouts. "We have to get away from this place right now! Damn it! I know you can hear me in there, Goku! We can't take any risks! He's going to do it!" With even Jiren shown standing back up despite having to be incredibly battle damaged and injured by responding, "This is crazy. Even by mastering Ultra Instinct, I'm still not getting anywhere with him. I can't give up now," Jiren says. "I have to continue to fight, even if I die. But if he's about to destroy this entire planet, then we have to leave before we are all caught within it. And now that he knows that we are stalling for time, he's done waiting around. He's getting reckless," Jiren says. "Whis, do you sense that? He's about to do it. He's about to act on his action," with Whis responding, "I can feel it too, Margarita. We cannot allow for this to happen. Quickly, Whis," and as soon as both Margarita and Whis are shown charging on in, Whis went on to shout, "You have destroyed enough, Murno," with Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito also shown dashing on in a collective desperate attempt in trying to stop Murno from doing what he was about to do, as Vegito went on to comment, "We're jumping in too. We're done watching you destroy countless planets and killing countless life forms for sport." But Murno was not going to sit around in allowing for his siblings and Vegito to stop him, as Murno went on to power up and shouting, "As if any of you will deny me of my destiny and stand in my way!" As with the sheer intensity behind Murno's power up being so impactful that it was beginning to drive Whis, Margarita, and Vegito back, with Vegito responding, "Ah, damn it! Everyone brace yourselves! He's driving us back with his energy! I am done waiting around," Murno shouts. "One way or another, I will have what I came here for. Congratulations, slaves. You've managed to make it this far against me, but this is where your numbers will begin to drop off one by one before there are none of you left." As with everyone now, including Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito, being driven back by the sheer force of Murno's energy, the overall situation now appears to be getting much worse than how it was before, with Vegito having to shout, "Aw, damn it! We can't stop him! He's about to wipe the entire planet out!" out. Oh, what a mess. We've got no choice than to leave right now. Everyone on me, Vegito shouts. Use the portals to get out of here. As with Whis then quickly coming to Beerus' aid, Beerus went on to ask Whis, the Supreme Kai, if he dies, then I do too. If the connection is broken, then we'll both be destroyed. As Whis chimes in, Lord Beerus, we must go. The Kais will follow our energy, but we cannot stay here any longer. Any more time wasted and we won't make it. We have to leave right now. As with Vegito then shown creating a massive portal, he then went on to shout, we've got to hurry! The planet is about to explode, and with the amount of energy Murno is putting into his attack, we won't make it out of this if we stay. Let's go! We can't afford to waste any time! Which was exactly what everyone was then shown doing, as Frieza went on to respond, curse that ridiculous angel. I can't believe he's forcing me, the Emperor of the Universe, to flee like a coward. How embarrassing. Now is not the time, Vados says. Quickly, move it. Hurry, Jiren, before it's too late, says Margarita. I'm right behind you, Jiren says. Let's move. As with Murno then shown unleashing a massive attack down onto the planet, he then went on to respond, the longer you drag this out, the more painful this will become for your precious deities and mortals. What could you possibly be stalling for, Grand Minister? Show yourself, you coward. Show yourself, or I will destroy this entire universe. And with Murno then shown doing exactly that, he then went on to continue, I will hunt them all down no matter how far they go, no matter which universe they decide to hide in. You're running on borrowed time, and sooner or later I will have your head. Let this serve as yet another example of your ultimate failure. We can't keep doing this, Whis, says Beerus. It's a never-ending cycle. We have no other choice than to fight, Lord Beerus. We need to hold off just a little longer. Now hurry! As with Whis and Beerus shown going through the portal, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito being the last one left behind, with Vegito then shown making his way through the portal, he then went on to respond, I think that's everyone. We can't risk it. I'll need to use 100% of my full power against him, even if it breaks me. We can't allow for this to go on much longer, but then, with Vegito shown stepping on through and stopping, he then responds, wait a second. I sense an energy left behind. Oh no, it's Boo! Majin Buu, hurry! As with Majin Buu desperately being shown having to make his way towards the portal, Majin Buu then went on to shout, Buu not gonna make it! Close the portal and leave, Buu! Save yourselves! Go now! Close it! No, we can't just leave you behind, Vegito shouts. Hurry, you can still make it! We've lost too many, so we can't lose you as well. Now come on! Lord Beerus, no, says Whis. With Beerus shown turning around and shouting at Vegito by telling him, have the two of you lost your damn mind? Seal the portal now, Saiyan! He won't make it in time! You'll kill us all if that portal isn't closed! Do it now! To where as the portal was then shown closing, the last thing our heroes had seen was Majin Buu being eviscerated by Murno's blast, with Majin Buu's final words having to be, do it for Buu! And with the portal then shown finally closing, it was only right then and there during that moment where the entire Supreme Kai homeworld was then shown being destroyed, with our heroes shown barely having to make it through in just arriving in the nick of time. Luck had seemed to have most definitely been on our hero's side, as Vados went on to chime in, we made it through! Quickly, Vegito, seal the portal before Murno goes through! That was a close one, Margarita says. What was he thinking? This is bad. Whis, that was a close one. We barely made it out of that one with our lives. Where is the Supreme Kai? Please tell me they were able to escape. The Kaioshin were able to escape in time, says Whis, but I'm afraid Murno didn't just annihilate their planets, but he's also destroyed that entire galaxy as well. As out of nowhere from behind Beerus, we then see how both Shin and the Elder Kai were able to make it on through, with Shin having to address Beerus by telling him, Lord Beerus, we are here. But we almost didn't make it. I was barely able to lock onto your energy to follow. But we've lost Majin Buu in the process, with Beerus responding, so he's gone too? Curse that monster. He's absolutely lost his mind by wanting to kill us all at once like that. He wiped out an entire galaxy just to simply prove a point, Vegito says. He's still alive and unfazed. I don't know what planet we are on, but we made sure to get as far away from him as possible. What's he up to, Vegito asks. Is he going to destroy every planet and every unlikely galaxy he finds us in? This is horrible. Something's got to be done about him. We can't continue to hold out like this for much longer. Either we find a weakness or he'll kill us all. His patience is gone, which means if the Grand Priest doesn't arrive soon, then it's all over. As all the while within the depths of space, Myrna was in fact shown to be alive and well, as Myrna went on to ask, mimicking my portal warping ability again, are you? It would seem as though you left one of your own behind, and now they are dead. Which one was that? Ah, but of course, that blob of a demon they call Majin Buu. Wasn't he joined together by another one of those worms who escaped? Right, he was. Well now, how could I let him die alone, Myrno asks. That wouldn't be right, so it's best I have his comrade join him. Yes. You can run, but you fools didn't get very far, now did you? My ability to sense life forms far exceeds any of yours. Now then, just try and stop this one if you can. And as we only then go back to Master the Ultra Instinct Jiren and Frieza, who seems to be putting Jiren's power into question, Frieza then went on to ask, hey you, Trooper, how did you achieve this Ultra Instinct power that you are currently wielding? It seems to be the only thing keeping you idiots alive in battle, and I want to learn it. So teach it to me. How did you get it? With Jiren responding, I know your intentions, and you would certainly have ulterior motives if achieved. Just try and stay alive on your own. But it was only then, during that moment, where out of seemingly nowhere, Myrno had appeared in impaling Frieza from behind by telling everyone, oh, but I think it's a little too late for that, wouldn't you say? But how did he find us so fast, Whis asks. Whis, he's taken another one, says Vados. No, Frieza! How did you get here so fast, Vegito asks. It couldn't have been any longer than 30 seconds after getting here. Not again. He's picking us apart one by one out here. As with a horrified Golden Frieza having to be shown looking on down towards his chest, in noticing Myrno's arm sticking out through it, Frieza could not believe as to what had just happened, as Frieza went on to utter, how this can't be the end. Help me. As with Myrno then shown removing his arm from Frieza's body, as Frieza dropped on down to his base form, he then went on to comment, I figured he'd share the grave with that pink demon he was fused inside of. I couldn't just let one die without the other joining him. I never liked you anyways, mortal. A pathetic buffoon like you never truly made a difference against me anyways. You were extremely lucky to have survived my clones when you did, but you've reached the end of the line, and the train that is of your disgusting life stops here. Now get out of my face, Myrno says. And with Myrno then shown backhanding Frieza across the face and into the landscape, he then went on to continue, anyways, where were we now? Let's see. Still no Grand Priest or Omni Kings around. How unfortunate. For you, at least. I just love the fresh scent of blood from a dying victim. And then there were 6, Myrno says. Your numbers seem to be dropping. Was this your best? Because if it was, then you are all doomed. But I'm having a difficult time trying to see which one of you I should gut next. Will it be the Pride Trooper? Or how about you, Fusion? Should I rip your merger apart and blow you to pieces? Or maybe I should annihilate you, Beerus, the same way I annihilated your disgusting little fat slob of a brother. Oh, and don't you worry, my wonderful little siblings. I have very special plans for you. You won't be gutting anyone, Vegito says. Jiren, you ready? Whatever it takes, you hear me? Even if we die, we can't let him win. It's all or nothing. For our families, for our friends, for our universe. With Jiren responding, unless you're hiding more power than what you're letting off, we've got to hit this fool with everything we possibly can. I'm ready. Are you? As even Beerus is shown igniting the powers of Ultra Instinct by responding, how dare you talk about my brother in that way? Champa, I promise that we will have our day. Well, if this is going to be our last battle, then Angel, let's leave nothing on the table. As Whis went on to chime in, we must not let him have his way. Sworn attendees of the multiverse, through the Grand Priest's order, hold nothing back against him. I can sense the Grand Priest's spirit, Vado says. I believe his time is almost here, with Whis continuing, Fallen Grand Angel Myrno, you will not prevail. We stake our life on it. But now Myrno was looking to turn it up even more so than how he was before, because as soon as Myrno then went on to reveal more of his hidden power, he then went on to respond, "Loyal to a traitor until the end, huh? Is that so? Well then, far be it from me to oppose. You want to see a glimpse of my true power? Well, I hope you're ready." As to the surprise of everyone, Jiren went on to see Myrno's power by responding, "What power? He was concealing this much strength? Just what kind of energy is that?" Vegito asks. "It feels like an endless void of fire and dense energy. This is just a glimpse," with Myrno then shown revealing more of his power in responding, "I'm tired of waiting and I am done playing these childish games of cat and mouse. What I'm about to do to you all will make you wish death had come a lot sooner for you. And if buying these worms time is what you're striving to achieve, then I promise you by the time they arrive, you will all be dead." Which even then, all the while when going back to the Omni King's palace, it was just about the right time for the Omni Kings to finally give the Grand Priest his final challenge, as one of the Omni Kings went on to comment, "I wonder if he will pass. I think it's time. Should we call for him to come inside so we can begin?" As the second Omni King responds, "Yes, I agree. I think it's time. We're ready, Grand Minister. You can come inside now so we can play." With the Grand Priest then finally shown walking on inside, he then went on to respond, "As requested, sires. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity." And with the Grand Priest then shown bowing, he then continues, "I am ready to finish our game so I could put on a great fight for you both." "What is my final test?" the Grand Priest asks, as one of the Omni Kings responds, "Your final test is right in front of you, silly. Can't you see it? Right in front of me, you say, but sires, there is nothing but an hourglass before me. I don't quite understand what this means, nor what the challenge is here. What is the meaning of this hourglass exactly? What does this object have anything to do with your final game?" As to the shocking revelation to everyone within the chamber, the Omni Kings then went on to respond, "It has everything to do with it, because the hourglass is the final game." "Yeah," says the second Omni King, "we want to see how long you can wait before all of the sand hits the bottom." "Yeah, nobody has ever held out until all of the sand was at the bottom," the first Omni King says. "Yeah, nobody, and we want to see if you're going to quit like the rest of them." "We don't think you will," says the first Omni King, "but it's sure going to be a while until it runs out." "Yeah," the second Omni King responds, "and from the looks of it, there's only 3,241,000 years remaining." As the Grand Priest cannot believe what the Omni Kings had just said, as the Grand Priest went on to ask, "A test of patience? With all due respect, great Omni Kings, I don't think this is a very good idea, especially not for this. If possible, I would suggest a different game, only because, well, our friend Myrno may not want to wait that long to have this battle with me for you." "Are you saying there is something wrong with the game we want to play?" asks one of the Omni Kings. "What are you trying to say about our game, Grand Minister?" asks the second Omni King. "You don't seem very pleased by what we just said. We hope we don't have a problem on our hands, because all we want is to see how long you can last before saying 'I quit,'" both of the Omni Kings shout. As the Grand Priest seems more worried now than ever before, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, "There is no possible way that the multiverse will hold out another day, let alone another 3 million years before it's destroyed. I must not pressure them nor anger them in any way, but I must find an alternative before it's too late. Myrno will obliterate them unless I act quickly, but how can I get the Omni Kings to accept an alternative when they seem to be dead set on seeing this through? I can only think of one other idea that may work, but it'll be risky," the Grand Priest says. "If they notice what I do, I'm afraid they will be extremely angered, and that is the last thing we want to happen. This is what makes the great Omni Kings so dangerous. Their unpredictable anger is hidden behind their lovable childish behavior. In order for this to work, I have to make sure that
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. key. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Suspicious.
I'm putting you out of your misery right now.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme
Just
caution
down.
if you're going to help them.
We got 3 keys though. Save this guy.
Flying Nimbus! Please save me! Someone!
Great. Holy hell. You know what to do with that now.
Here comes the pain!
Bastard.
Please save me!
Like, what was that? What was I supposed to do?
Did I?
Thanks.
Oh, that's game. Camping my body. Oh, I got saved.
Ally down. If you intend to
Lost my
rescue them,
fucking
look out
ears.
for enemies.
Before you die, allow me to show you what a fully evolved Tuffle is truly capable of.
Oh man.
Get up! Or whatever.
Such a man. Be great if someone went and set that CP. Lost my Nimbus, unfortunately. Could be camping the key. Looks like we have 6 Dragon Balls.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Get up!
I've included some cold water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
There's nothing much I could do. I'm only level 2.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Baby, my lord, accept this and rise again!
Holy hell. Here comes the pain!
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before
That's
rushing
game.
in.
Get me out of this game, bro.
That neither of them are looking. I hate lying to the Great Kings, but it's the only choice I have if all life is to be preserved and kept safe from Murno's wrath. And with the Omni King seemingly very excited by being shown hovering with the hourglass in front of them, one of them went on to ask, "So, are you ready to play? You'd be the first person to ever complete the hourglass challenge if you make it until the end." "Yeah," says the second Omni King, "and if you do make it to the end, we can't wait to see this fight that you keep talking about." As the Grand Priest responds, "Yes, it will be quite fun indeed, sires. It will be a battle that you will surely never forget. So I am ready to begin when you are," the Grand Priest says. As all the while when going back to our heroes, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito is then shown getting into fighting position by telling Murno, "Whatever it is that you're thinking about doing, you can forget it. As strong as you are, your power could never eclipse our will to fight and survive. We're ready to lay it all down," Vegito says. "So, what's it going to be?" Vegito asks. "Make your move. You idiots are digging yourselves into a hole far deeper than you could ever hope to climb out of," Murno says. "Your willpower to protect this universe will shatter soon enough. But before I tear your silly little fusion apart and finish you off for good," Murno says, "let's make sure that nobody gets in our way." And with Murno then shown quickly having to make his move in targeting his siblings, Vados went on to shout, "He's making his move! Whis, look out! You three have been a thorn in my side ever since you decided to aid these pathetic mortals in battle against me," Murno says. "So to ensure that you will not be getting in my way again, I'm going to send your broken bodies off on a painful journey while you suffer in the voids of space, Murno says. And I'm going to start with you, Whis. Which was exactly what Murno had done, because Murno was then shown connecting a thunderous shot to Whis' face that not only resulted in Whis being sent flying into outer space, but the sheer force of the impact behind the punch had seemingly damaged Whis, with Margarita shouting, "Whis, no!" Vados, did you hear that sound? Did he break Whis' jaw? I've got to help him, Vados says. Margarita, stay here and keep him grounded. Whis needs me, but before Vados could even act, Murno out of nowhere had gone to appear right in front of Vados and asking, "And just where do you think you're going, Vados?" As with Murno then shown once again doing the exact same thing he had done to Whis, only this time, Murno instead of connecting a punch had gone to connect a fearsome kick by telling his sister, "You won't be saving anyone this time, but just like Whis, you will be joining him in the void," which again had ultimately gone the way Murno had planned, with Vados' body shown hurtling through space with Murno continuing. They'll be lucky to make it back in one piece, let alone survive with the damage that was just inflicted onto them both. Which by the end, Murno was right, because with both Whis and Vados shown crashing through multiple planets through the voids of space, neither angel had seemed to have any control over their bodies, as Whis went on to utter, "My body, I cannot feel my body, I must fight. I have to try. My face feels as though it's been smashed into pieces," Whis says. "There was something more behind that attack of his. Yes, a paralyzing technique," Whis says. "He was not only able to neutralize a successful attack that paralyzed some of the nerves in my body, but he also made sure that we couldn't recover fast enough to come back into the fight." As even with Vados herself is seemingly being shown crashing through multiple planets with the Grand Priest observing, it would only now appear as though our heroes are barely even hanging on in this battle, as the Grand Priest went on to comment, "Murno is tearing through them. He's onto them and knows they are prolonging his plans of reaching me. They cannot possibly keep this up if this goes on." And with Vados shown clinging onto her stomach and flying through space, Vados now appears as though she cannot control herself while in the voids of space, as Vados went on to comment, "I've lost control of my ability to stabilize myself, and I couldn't reach Whis in time. Grand Minister," Vados says, "Father, I'm sorry. I failed you. I cannot act on this alone," she says. As with blood shown dripping down from her mouth and tears beginning to fill her eyes, she then continues, "Murno is just as strong as I remembered when he stood by you. I'm sorry that we couldn't buy the time that you needed." And with the Grand Priest shown overseeing this on his staff, the Grand Priest himself now is in a very dire position, as the Grand Priest comments they will die. This is now becoming a problem that is far beyond their control. "I cannot do anything until given the approval by the Omni Kings. Our laws cannot be broken under any condition. The oath I have taken is my highest of honors, and I must stand by it. However, I cannot wait for the hourglass to run out before I can help. There must be something that I can do in the meantime that will not affect nor break the laws which we protect," says the Grand Priest. "Since I cannot physically get involved until allowed, there has to be something that I can do from here to help them. The Omni Kings are too busy with the hourglass," the Grand Priest says. "They can't see what I'm doing unless it's made obvious to them. Then this will be the only chance that I have to make a difference in this battle," he says, "even if it buys them a bit more time until my arrival. I can only do so much from here, but it's better than just standing here and watching this all unfold. With the other gods of destruction along with their angels ordered to stay put to defend their own universe, the ones fighting Murno currently are the only ones preventing him from traveling into other universes. My power knows no limit," says the Grand Priest, "and since I cannot act just yet, then they must be the ones to act for me until it is time. I cannot risk losing more angels in this war against him," says the Grand Priest. "Worry not, my angels, I am here. Now freeze," the Grand Priest says. As with both Whis and Vados' bodies then shown stopping in space with a barrier having to surround them, it was during that moment where the Grand Priest went on to contact his angels by telling them, "My fellow angels, I am without power until given the order to assist you in this battle against Murno. While I wait until the Omni King's game is finished, I will be here to guide you. You must listen to me. The great Omni Kings have requested for me to finish a game that is beyond patience. I have a plan to shorten the time that I have until my arrival, but it cannot be done without you. During this process, you both will be healed, but you must do whatever you can to hold Myrno off for another 30 minutes. If I am able to pull this off, then I will be arriving shortly. Upon Myrno's arrival, I also gather the Super Dragon Balls and lock them here within a sacred chamber to protect them. He knows what you're doing and he knows you're stalling, the Grand Priest says. Do not, under any circumstance, give away our location no matter what happens. All of the damage could be reversed, but not if we, along with the Super Dragon Balls, are destroyed. 30 minutes is what I need, then you will leave him to me. I leave the fate of the multiverse in the hands of both you and your warriors. If Myrno is successful, then I'm afraid it will all be over, the Grand Priest says. Although he once served as the Grand Angel among our race, he is not unbeatable, and if you are not able to destroy him together, then it will be me. He's been studying and learning from your battles. Do not let him get ahead of you. Fighting him alone will surely get you killed. So if you are to attack him, you must attack him together. You have all done a great job in keeping him level-headed, but I'm afraid his rage is beginning to take control. 30 minutes, that is what I ask of you. Do not give in to him, my angels. But even then, suspiciously enough, one of the Omni Kings went on to notice the Grand Priest and asking, "Hey, Grand Minister, what are you doing? Who are you talking to?" As the Grand Priest needed to act fast, in which he did, because as a means of a distraction, the Grand Priest then went on to comment, and yes, there we go, the multiverse's most delicious pieces of candy, just for you, sires. I was wondering where I could find them, and I asked just the right person in order to get them. While we wait, the Grand Priest says, I figured we'd have some treats in the meantime. Oh wow, really, says one of the Omni Kings, that's for us? They look so good, says the second Omni King. Where is it going? Come now, you two, says the Grand Priest. Let's move away from that silly hourglass and come eat this way. Hurry now before it loses its taste. As all the while when going back to our heroes, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegeta was then shown attacking Myrno, with Myrno having to block off his attacks by responding. Without the angelic power my pathetic brother had infused within those Potaras, you'd be dead. What's wrong, asks Vegito, surprised to see that I can keep up? Your mouth and the amount of garbage that is coming out of it is what surprises me more than anything, Saiyan. You don't compare to me, not even in the slightest. Maybe, Vegito says, but we aren't the only ones in this fight with you. As with Vegito then shown ducking on under, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren then shown stepping through, in a collective effort to throw Myrno off his game, Jiren went on to shout, "Gotcha!" To where in that moment, Jiren was in fact successful enough in landing a clean shot on Myrno's face, but this did not affect Myrno in the slightest, as he proceeded to grab onto Jiren's hand in removing it from his face by telling him, "Your coordinated efforts against me are disgustingly painful to bear through. Get your dirty hands off of me, mortal." And as soon as Myrno was once again shown throwing Jiren in the distance, he then went on to shout, "You will wait your turn." And with Jiren's body then shown crashing through the landscape, Myrno then went on to continue, "The two of you are more entertaining than I expected for you to be, which makes killing you that much more rewarding." However, Myrno says, and as soon as he was then shown dashing directly towards Vegito, he then continues, "I think it's time for another one of your allies to lose their life. And I have just the one in mind." "That speed," Vegito says. "Oh yeah? Well, we ain't going down that easy. Let's do this." But as soon as Vegito attempted to strike Myrno, his punch went directly through, with Vegito asking, "What the heck?" "Oh, I wasn't talking about you, Potara." As indeed he wasn't, because Myrno's next target was in fact none other than Beerus. With Myrno then shown striking Beerus directly in the chest and having to impale him, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, "There you are, Beerus. I owe you for the many times you've escaped me." No, Beerus says. How was he able to move like that? Damn, you won't win. You'll die in this war, you coward. "Oh, but I've already won, foolish destroyer. At least now you have the honor of joining your disgusting brother in the afterlife for a short time before that is destroyed as well. I can feel your heart in my hand," Myrno says. "Your numbers are dropping, and they're dropping fast. Tick-tock, Murno says. It's as I said. If that coward minister does decide to reveal himself, then he will be greeted by a sea of your own blood. And down goes another one. You were indeed the most troublesome god of destruction among the bunch. But your willpower to continue this war against me didn't get you very far, now did it? You are lucky to have kept Whis by your side to aid you this entire time. Otherwise, Murno says, you would have been dead a long time ago, Beerus. Damn it, no, Vegito shouts. Lord Beerus! Enough is enough! Stop this, Murno! But Murno was in fact far from finished, because as he proceeded to raise his arm up in the air, in going as far as to show the blood of Beerus on his hand to Vegito, he then went on to ask, just look at it, would you? The blood of your precious destroyer is on your hands. Figuratively, of course, while it's literally on mine. All of this would have been avoided if you had just given up the Grand Minister's location that would have led me both to him and those ridiculous little brats that he protects. That, or they could have summoned the courage to come save you when you worms needed it the most. This is a reflection of the sins of your past, Murno says. Doesn't it pique your curiosity now on who will be next, Saiyan? It's a fascinating little guessing game, isn't it, Murno asks. Very high risk, absolutely no reward. But from behind Murno, Vados and Whis were shown closing on in as Whis went on to shout, together, Vados! And as Whis and Vados went on to attempt to attack Murno, Murno from there had instantly vanished in now getting behind the angels and telling them, a valiant attempt, but you missed. It's been a long time since you've seen me move that fast, hasn't it? Little traitors. Go on, gaze upon his miserable corpse, Whis. Does it hurt knowing that you weren't able to save him? I know what that feels like all too well, little brother. A feeling that has haunted me for generations while you wasted away with your pathetic god of destruction. And with Whis then shown continuing to look down on Beerus' dead corpse, he then went on to say to himself, Lord Beerus, there must be something that I can do to reverse this. Enough time has passed, so I should still be able to create a staff and change things quickly, which was exactly what Whis had done, because as Whis was then finally able to spawn an angel staff, in an act of desperation, he then went on to shout, it's back! I must reverse time just enough to save Lord Beerus from, but then, before Whis could do anything about it, his staff was then yanked from his arms as Murno went on to ask, and just what do you think you're planning to do with that? Trying to reverse time? These angelic staffs are truly becoming a pain to constantly have to deal with. But you won't be needing this anymore, Murno says, and with Murno then getting a hold of Whis' staff, he then continues, I think this tool and weapon of war is best suited to remain with me. All who oppose me are more than welcome to try and take it from me, Murno says. There aren't many of you left, but I welcome your attempts anyway. Now, which one of you has the courage to step forward and open the mystery box to find out what lies inside? To find out which one of your lives will be ripped away next, as out of nowhere in between Vados and Whis, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had volunteered in dashing directly towards Murno and shouting, I do! You two stay here, we need you both alive more than anything. We'll deal with this. And as soon as Vegito was then shown making his way towards Murno and attacking him, he then went on to address the angel by telling him, we're the ones you want, Angel. We're the ones with all of the information that you're looking for, so fight me. Leave the others out of this, with Murno responding, how cheeky of you, mortal. But how can I possibly finish our battle when I have unfinished scores to settle that don't involve you? And with Murno then shown having to avoid Vegito's attack, he then went on to continue, you are so eager to die, aren't you? But I think I'll keep your fusion around a little longer before spoiling your fun. This staff that I'm holding on to sickens me, Murno says, and for all the right reasons. How rude of me to use someone else's weapon in battle, he says. And as Murno was then shown having to throw Whis' staff with such tremendous force, he then continues, here you go, little brother. I think this belongs to you. Have it back. To where Murno's intention now was to purposely use Whis' staff as a means of a spear in attempting to do what he could to impale his brother, but it was only then where out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren had proceeded to push Whis out of the way by shouting, get out of the way now! But it was already too late, because even though Jiren had managed to save Whis' life by pushing him out of the way, it was as a result of Jiren having to step in where Whis' staff had then impaled him in driving Jiren's body back with such tremendous force to where even Margarita went on to shout, "Jiren, no! Hold on, Jiren, I'm coming to help you!" And Jiren was finished because not only was Jiren's body shown being taken out of orbit, but the sheer force and impact of this staff having to impale Jiren's body was so tremendous that it ultimately then led to Jiren's body having to land on one of the nearby moons as Jiren was shown bleeding out and responding, "I'm sorry, Belmod, Topo, Universe 11, I failed you. I can't move. This is the end. I tried." "No, we will not lose you too," Margarita says. "Stay right there, Jiren. I won't let this be how your story ends." "And just where do you think you're going?" Murno asks. "I never said you can leave this place, especially not while I'm here to see my mission through. I never liked you, Margarita," and as soon as Murno was then shown grabbing onto the back of Margarita's neck, he then continues, "You won't be going anywhere to save anyone, you entitled fool. You were always so snobby and spoiled. Why don't I send you to the same place I sent both your strongest warrior and your god of destruction? This will only take but a second," Murno says, and as Murno was then shown having to squeeze down and snapping Margarita's neck, he then continues, "There we are, just the sound I was looking to hear. You should have been a good little sister and told me what dimension the Grand Priest was hiding in." "Murno, no!" Vado shouts. "How could you? Margarita, please get up! Get up!" "He's tearing us apart out here," Vegito says. "He snapped her neck without even trying much. He won't stop. There's got to be something that we can do, but what?" "I helped guide you before you were groomed to become Universe 11's attendee," Murno says. "And now look, lying face down on the ground. What a waste of space," he says. "You once had such great potential. All of you angels did. Look how far down you all have fallen." "And then there were 3, Murno says. Interestingly still, no Grand Priest or Omni Kings. And as Vegito then went on to join both Whis and Vados, he then went on to ask, "Okay, so what's the plan here? Do any one of you have an idea that might help us out? Or are we going in there with hands flying?" With Vados responding, "This is one of the worst possible situations that we can find ourselves against him. Whis, how long has it been? Can you confirm? It's only been 5 minutes, right?" With Whis responding, "Correct. Which means we would need to buy 25 more minutes for this to work. But with our numbers down to 3, it's either we're all in or we're all dead," he says. "25 more minutes until what?" Vegito asks. "You don't mean..." "I do," Whis says, "but we can't give in now. We need to do everything that we can to hold out for another 25 minutes. Otherwise, it's over," Whis says. "Then we'll try to expose his blind spots and attack him from different angles and hope it works," Vegito says. "We are the last ones who stand in Murno's way," Vado says. "The only ones who are coming between Murno and his goals. This will be a battle of grit and time," she adds. "He's coming. He knows this might be the end. And if this is, then let it be our greatest battle," she adds, "for the sake of all life." And as all 3 are then shown getting into fighting position with Whis, Vados, and Vegito standing ready, as Murno then is shown slowly approaching, he then went on to add, "So it's come down to this, has it? I would ask you again, but I already know the answers you'll give me. A while back I sensed the Grand Priest's energy pulsating throughout the multiverse. It was as though he was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. At first, it baffled me," Murno says, "until I found out what he was secretly doing. He embedded his own energy to seal the multiverse off from being destroyed, hasn't he? I knew he was plotting something, but this also made me wonder," he adds. "Is my power truly worthy of rivaling our father's? Am I strong enough to shatter through his protection? Let's find out then," Murno says. "With you 3 being all that oppose me, I wanted to test some of my powers out and see if I can grab the Grand Priest's attention a little more. This ought to remind him of what I'm capable of," he says. And as Murno was then shown having to create 2 portals besides him, he then went on to add, "I want the 3 of you to watch very closely to what's about to happen here. What you see before you are portal entries into 2 random universes. These are the gateways that directly lead me there. I want you all to watch very carefully to what I'm about to do. One way or another, I will have what I came here for, and I will do it by any means necessary." "Wait, hold on," Vegito says. "What are you about to do?" "Just watch and see," Murno says, as even the Grand Priest himself is beginning to feel what Murno's about to do, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, "This energy, Murno, no, he's... But this shouldn't be possible. The multiverse is sealed off, protected so no universe can be destroyed, he says. Excuse me, sires, but I will be back, the Grand Priest tells the Omni Kings. I just need one moment in order to check on something, please. And as the Omni Kings are then shown hovering over the hourglass, they both then went on to add, I like his idea. It sounds really fun. I do too, says the second Omni King. I think we should do it. I like the sound of what he said. And with Murno then shown just about to make his move, he then went on to add, thought he could protect them, did he? I want you to watch and see what will happen to the rest of these pathetic universes when you die. If the Grand Priest wasn't so quick to step forward and save this universe, then will he intervene to save the others? I wonder, Murno says. Let's find out then. Which universe do we have here? Alright, Universe 1 and Universe 2. Let the destruction continue, Murno says. Whis, what do we do, Vados asks. We have to do something. If we try and stop him, Vados, Whis says, then he'll destroy us instead. And Murno did not waste a second because just as he said he would, Murno ended up firing two separate energy blasts which directly went into both Universe 1 and Universe 2, to where as each of these energy spheres had then made their way inside of these universes, Murno then quickly carried on by squeezing down onto his fist in wiping out both universes at the exact same time, as there was nothing that anyone could have done to prevent this from happening, as Murno went on to shout, may you both burn as I once burned. What have you done, Vegito shouts. All of those innocent people. To where even then when going back to the Grand Priest, as the Grand Priest proceeded to open one of the chamber doors, he then went on to respond, he couldn't have, but he did. We cannot wait any longer, the Grand Priest says. I was lucky to have reduced the time within the hourglass without the Great Kings noticing, but I don't think we can hold out for another half hour, he says. Universes 1 and 2 are gone. This has gone far enough, the Grand Priest says. I believe the Omni Kings have agreed to my conditions. If we wait any longer, then he will destroy everything before we arrive, he says. I must check with the Great Kings now. I hope they will accept my offer or it will all be destroyed. Where are you, Father? You fought so hard to protect these universes from me that you shunned me out to ensure that order is kept. Well, where are you now, Murno says. And as the complete annihilation of both Universes 1 and 2 were shown, Murno then went on to continue, failures, all of you. This was exactly what I stood against when I first spoke out against them. Stop this right now, Vegito shouts. He destroyed them, Vados says. What a cruel and heartless beast you have become. Why, Vados asks, why are you doing this? Why are you bloodlusted and driven to destroy? Is that fear, Murno asks. I haven't seen fear on the face of an angel since training you all when you were young. Do you regret not standing up for my life now when I was judged? You should. Now then, Murno adds, let's finish this once and for all. You know I'm not one to break promises, right? So here's a promise that I'm going to make. Our next encounter will be our last. As Whis went on to respond, Grand Minister, we can't do this. We need you right now. Vados, this is it. Do you sense that? Do you sense his intentions? This is it. Well, if this next battle will be our last, Whis says, then let it be our greatest battle to date. You will not win. As Murno now is looking to set his sights in finishing off Whis, Vados, and Vegito, Murno then went on to ask, are you now beginning to see how completely hopeless you insects truly are against me? After all that's happened, after all of the lives that were snuffed away, there is only now one thing left for me to do, and that's to destroy what remains of this universe and find my way to the King's throne. I originally called for change in the multiverse, Murno adds, only to be denied and thrown out like garbage. You want to protect the multiverse, but you don't want any of it to change. How are you supposed to protect the essence of life if it's not allowed to evolve, Murno asks. I am the product of its evolution, which is what scared the gods into casting me out. Look at you puppets, enslaved and dangling on strings. There is only one path to true evolution, Murno says, and that's through the extinction of the current order of structure. Whis, look Look, Vados says, he's going to do it. Why don't you fight us instead, Murno? Don't do this, Whis adds. What good will come from destroying this universe before fighting us? Because I've already beaten you fools, Murno says. In more ways than one, to be exact. Your spirits are broken. The only reason why you are even still standing is because of your instincts to fight for your survival. I've already proven my point here, Murno says. Here's to another universe to join the grave. But then, before Murno could actually carry out his plan in wiping out Universe 7 out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito took it upon himself in dashing directly towards Murno by telling him, "Not if we have something to say about that! Final Divine Kamehameha!" And Vegito was not letting up because the moment Vegito had gone in firing this attack directly from point blank range, the sheer force of this attack alone was so tremendous that even Whis and Vados went on to shield themselves in responding. What a tremendous force of energy! Hopefully that slowed Murno down. Any idea of how long we have, Vados? With Vados responding, I don't even think Murno was expecting for that to happen either. I believe it's been 10 minutes, which means there is only 20 more to go. Let's hope we can make it, Vados adds. There. Gotcha, Vegito says. I don't care who you are or how strong you claim to be, there is no way that didn't hurt him. But then, to the horrifying shock of everyone there, Murno was not only still standing, but was also shown shielding himself behind the protective barrier as Murno went on to respond, Saiyan Warriors Goku and Vegeta. Your power is one of the very few great things that has ever come from your dying species. But your power alone wasn't enough. You needed the aid of divine beings in order to hope to match me. I never needed aid, Murno says. My power comes from within. It is mine, and it is a power that you cannot possibly comprehend or obtain. Universe 13 once housed Saiyans too, you know, and under my leadership, they were some of the greatest warriors the cosmos has ever seen. And yet, when my universe was taken from me, they were taken from me as well. You warriors were each given luxury to train and be trained by the gods. Why? Why are you mortals protected while I was rejected? With Vegito being taken back and responding, how in the hell is he not even phased? You weren't judged in favor of mortals. You were judged by your ambitions to carry out mass genocide against the multiverse. Evil like that cannot be allowed to prevail. But I already have, you defiler, Murno says. As out of nowhere, Murno had gone to unleash these energy beams from his eyes, indirectly being shown piercing right through Vegito's body as Murno went on to add, as if your power could ever come close to rivaling mine, Saiyan mortal. If there was one thing that you've all proven to me here today, it was mortals alongside both gods of destruction, Kaioshin, and angels all need to be eliminated and restructured after resurrection. You will never know peace so as long as I continue to exist, and now you worms can all kiss the 7th universe goodbye. And with both Whis and Vados having to shout, "No, don't do it!" Murno was in fact dead set on destroying the entirety of Universe 7 because within the blink
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Thanks.
Weird eye. Didn't make it. My Nimbus to come back.
Flying Nimbus! That's a new power key. Place it now.
Where am I? Where am I? You be careful too, okay?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Flying Nimbus! Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? Now, shall it go? Come on! Oh man.
I think we have all the Dragon Balls, by the way.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
Let me get that, bro. I needed that drink.
Stage understood.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
because I have no shield. Guy's just running away, it looks like.
Oh man.
Get up! I owe you one. Holy hell.
Time machine activated. Well, a win is a win. GG's.
Blink of an eye, Murno then quickly went on to take action in unleashing a gigantic attack down onto the planet itself and shouting, "I will rip everything apart, now die!" Which in fact Murno had gone to do exactly that until out of nowhere, all of a sudden to Murno's surprise, as Universe 7 was being destroyed, Murno went on to ask, "What was that?" "The fabric of space-time around me is changing, caught in a sudden shift, almost as though time itself has stopped. No, reversed," Murno says. "This goes far beyond time skipping," Murno adds. "The energy around me feels different. Reality itself is changing." And with everything around Murno having to then all of a sudden stop, Murno proceeded to look down on his hand by responding, "Those worms couldn't have possibly done anything to change things without me noticing them. My body and power remain. I'm sure of it now," Murno says. "It couldn't have been them. The land remains and the planet intact, which means time itself was indeed altered, changed, and indeed reversed. And if not by the hands of Whis, Vados, or any of the other angels, then by whom if Margarita is also dead? I sense balance," Murno says, "which means Universe 7 was not destroyed just now when I intended for it to be annihilated, and the energy of all those who opposed me have suddenly vanished. All of them, without a trace," he says. Could it really be true then? As it was right there during that moment where out of nowhere a voice went on to address Murno by telling him, "That's quite enough. Your acts of injustice end here, fallen angel." As the moment Murno had gone and turning around and looking directly up in the sky, that's when Murno went on to respond, "So it is true. It was you. At long last, we finally meet again, Grand Priest." And as the Grand Priest had finally arrived in meeting Murno for the first time since his original exile, all hope within the multiverse now seems to be restored as the Grand Priest went on to address Murno by telling him, "Your acts of mass genocide and universal destruction ends here with me. I am beyond words on how you've managed to survive and rebuild yourself throughout the years, but your careless and reckless acts of evil will no longer continue. I am to uphold the laws of the multiverse and to abide by the rules rules held in place to maintain order and balance, the Grand Priest says, and you are disrupting balance within the multiverse. You've been seeking me out knowing the laws that are in place. You knew I couldn't respond until given the order, and as such, that order will remain until the balance of my restriction is lifted. And as such, the Grand Priest continues, the great Omni Kings will bear witness to this, for a clash between angels is a rare sight to behold even for divine eyes. I am to wait out the remainder of my time given by the Omni Kings before engaging you, and I promise it will be your last. Sires, this is Murno, the once highly regarded elite angel and former attendee of the now destroyed Universe 13. Our exhibition, as promised, will begin shortly. You brought them here too, asks Murno? An exhibition bout? So, you were stalling for time in order to convince those brats that this was for their entertainment, didn't you? He looks familiar, says one of the Omni Kings. I think I remember him. I think I do too, says the second Omni King. He looks scary. This is so exciting. You are to ignore the Omni Kings and only focus what's in front of you, says the Grand Priest. You will focus on me and only me. You are to wait out the small amount of time that I have left, and then we will begin. You are nothing like I remembered, says the Grand Priest. You have morphed into something hideous. You have become the physical embodiment of what you feel within. How repugnant of you to make such remarks after all you've done, Murno says. Spare me the lecture and let's get on with why I sought you out, he says. I've waited long enough. These laws and these rules you uphold and protect do not apply to me. So I wait for no one. You are the one who is responsible for all of this. Was upholding your flawed and corrupted laws worth the lives that were lost? You sent them all into war against me only for them to die in vain. You watched as they perished in your name, and just like them, you are next. Coward, I don't care what you have to do. I've waited long enough for this. You taught me everything there is to know, which is why I am who I am. Which is why I am an elite angel with no equals in battle. Right here, right now is where the paradigm changes. I'm going to make you pay dearly for ripping my destiny away. We'll see about that, the Grand Priest says. Look how far you've fallen from grace. You're obsessed, fixated on the contradictions of gods and mortals, torn apart by your ambitions to do as you see fit and destroy all those who oppose you. Your lust for more power has driven you into madness, corrupting your mind and soul into thinking that you are owed something. You seek reform within the multiverse by wiping out all life in the name of starting over, yet you question your exile after your motives were discovered in wondering why your actions were not to be tolerated. And who are you to decide who lives and who dies, the Grand Priest asks. Who are you to overstep your boundaries? You are not to play God and decide the multiverse's fate, the Grand Priest continues. And for those who have perished in battle for the sake of preserving the right to life, through my name and the name of the Omni Kings, will never die. And as the Grand Priest was then shown extending his arms and opening up several portals, he then continues, I watched as you had your way with the multiverse's mightiest warriors, and so I prepared for any and all outcomes in case they were to fall against you. By using a small portion of my power, I made sure to bring those who stood against you in this universe back from the afterlife. And so, you meet again, he says, and as we then see how Beerus steps through, Broly steps through, the Grand Priest then went on to continue, even when against all odds, they did everything I've asked of them in order to keep you at bay, to ensure the multiverse's survival as I attended to the Omni Kings. And now, the Grand Priest shouts, come forward, mighty warriors, God of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, mighty Saiyan warrior Broly, the multiverse's strongest warriors, I call for your aid and I call for your power in battle. To where as we see how Jiren and Golden Majin Buu and many of our fallen heroes have now been brought back from the dead, Murno by no means is pleased to see them, as he then went on to respond, them again. You rotten coward, you're shielding yourself behind them for time. Of course, Murno says. As we even see how Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to step on through, he then went on to respond, "Hey, we're back! And so is everyone else. This is perfect," Vegito says. And there he still is. "Now you're in for it," Vegito says. "Wow, wow, 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 wow," says the first Omni King. "Look at all of these fighters. They all look so strong. This is so cool. I can even sense Goku's energy in that fighter over there." "I can feel it too," says the second Omni King. "Were they all fighting Murno together? Are they going to fight him again? This is so awesome." As even with the angels being shown having to step through, Vados went on to comment, "We've returned. Father, thank you. You've saved us all. And Whis, look, the others." "I see it too," Whis says. "They've all been resurrected similar to how our younger brother Maris was resurrected when he was destroyed." "What you are looking at is your ultimate downfall, Murno," says the Grand Priest. "The unity of mortals, gods, and angels alike can never be broken. They understand their purpose. They've accepted who they are and what they mean in each of their worlds. You, however, have not, and they stand ready to face you again. Only this time," the Grand Priest adds, "I am by their side to watch over them." And with everyone then being shown having to stand together in unity, the Grand Priest then went on to continue, "Warriors of the multiverse, I call for your duties in this final battle against Murno. As the grains of sand continue to descend, I have but approximately 3 more minutes remaining until my restrictions are fully lifted. I call upon you all to do everything within your ability to either keep Murno from reaching us or destroy him entirely if you can. I am to keep my promise and remain here until time expires. You are to fight using your full power against him. 3 minutes is all that is needed of you for balance to be restored." And so the Grand Priest says, "As I wait for my entry in this battle, my faith is placed within all of you." But despite everything now being thrown against Murno, an angry Murno then went on to respond, "I've waited eons to see your face again, and this is how you confront me? No, this will not be how history is written. History is going to be written by my hands. I've had enough," Murno says. "You think those insects will stand in my way of revenge? Then you are even more delusional than I thought." And with Murno then shown having to power up even more than how he did before, he then went on to tell the Grand Priest, "I will bathe the multiverse in your blood for what you've did to me, for the pain that I've had to endure, for all of the time that I've spent in hiding, rebuilding myself from the ground up. You will die. On my honor, I swear you will. The wait ends now," Murno says. "Now you die!" As with Murno then being shown having to take immediate action, Vegito went on to shout, "Here he comes, Lord Beerus! We gotta hit him with everything we've got," with Beerus responding, "Then don't be afraid to exert all of your power, Saiyan. Let's move!" But before anyone could even respond, Murno was in fact so fast that he ended up flying right past everyone in making his way towards the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest, as Gohan went on to respond, "Hey, where'd he go? Oh no, there he is! He flew right past us! He's desperate to get to him," Jiren says. "We can't let that happen." And with Murno then being shown having to get close enough and literally being feet, Murno was ready to take immediate action as he went on to wind his fist back by telling the Grand Priest, "I will tear your heart out." But before Murno could even do that, out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to grab onto Murno and telling him, "Oh no you don't. Gotcha. You almost had us there for a moment, but you're not getting by us that easily. Now everyone grab him!" Which in fact they did, because with Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly shown having to grab onto Murno's legs, Murno was completely taken back by this as he went on to then shout, "You disgusting, mindless animals! How dare you touch me! How dare you deny me of my revenge!" But it didn't stop there, because Whis also went on to grab onto Murno's arm by telling him, "I told you, didn't I? You brought this onto yourself, Murno. You will not win! Now everyone throw him!" To where as Broly, Jiren, Vegito, and Whis were then shown throwing Murno down onto the ground, Murno quickly went on to stabilize his balance by responding, "Why, you annoying dogs! Was this your ultimate counter plan against me, to grab and hold on to me the entire time? I'll kill you all again. Not if we have something to say about that," Vegito shouts, "especially not with all of us united as one. Let's get him," Vegito shouts. As everyone then, including Golden Majin Buu, Jiren, Broly, and Kefla had made their way down, it was during their mid-flight where Kefla went on to respond, "I've got some unfinished business with you, punk. hey, Golden Bubblegum, on me! I'm on it, says Golden Majin Buu. Don't take your eyes off of him. And with Myrtle then being shown having to power up even more, he then went on to shout, I don't care how many of you he sends after me. I'll tear through all of you just like I did before. You brought them back only to die, Myrtle shouts. They won't make a difference. You're mine, Minister! Why is he so angry with you, Grand Minister, asks the Omni King. Does he have a problem with us as well? I'm starting to remember him more and more. Was he the angel who wanted to take my place as the Omni King? He's starting to really annoy me. Are you going to destroy him once time expires? And look at them go down there, the Omni King says. This is so awesome. As the Grand Priest went on to turn his head by responding, so I see your memory is just as good as I thought it would be. But yes, sire, that was him. Although you may remember Myrno looking much different back then compared to what you see now. Once I'm given the freedom and complete your game, he says, I will see to it that Myrno is no more. And as the Grand Priest then went on to oversee a massive battle happening within the landscape, he then went on to add, I never intended to lose you, Myrno. Is there any trace of who you once were left inside? You forced my hand, and you will soon pay for everything you've done. Mighty Omni Guards, I ask for you to watch over the Omni Kings with your life during this very crucial time. If Myrno were to destroy those who oppose him and make his way here, you must stop at nothing than to defend the throne. Am I clear? Understood, Minister, says one of the Omni Guards. I ask for you to defend them at all costs, even when my time expires and I am thrusted into battle. Do you understand? I cannot break the promise that I've given to the Omni Kings, the Grand Priest says. They will get the entertainment that they were promised, and then I will see to it that Myrno's rampage ends with me, as it should. I ask of you to watch over the battlefield and pay very close attention to Myrno's every move. And if he were to somehow get past me, then you will use the full extent of lethal force to stop him. To where as we then see how both Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito and Whis are shown having to attack Myrno at the same time, in doing everything they can to keep Myrno at bay, Myrno went on to address the two by telling them, you insects just don't know when to give up, do you? You can't win. You will never win. None of you are of any concern to me anymore when my ultimate target lies right behind you. Not a chance, Vegito shouts. Why are you so hasty to attack them knowing they need a little extra time until they're ready to destroy you? Is it because you're looking for a quick and easy victory? You have caused too much pain and you cannot be given a clear path to the Grand Priest until the seal is broken, Whis says. But despite having to be outnumbered, Myrno was not having it because as he went on to backhand Vegito across the face, in an act of desperation and rage, Myrno went on to shout, enough of that mouth of yours! Get out of my face! Ugh, get him, Broly, Vegito shouts, as with full power Super Saiyan 3 Broly then being shown having to make his way towards Myrno. In not forgetting all of the pain that Myrno had caused him, Broly went on to shout, I'm going to crush you! To where as Myrno went on to catch Broly's punch, he then went on to turn towards Broly and telling him, do you know how insignificant you are compared to me, beast? You failed time and time again, no matter how many times you've tried. Pushing back against an immovable object will only go as far as to show you how weak you truly are to make a difference. And then there's you. How did it feel, Beerus asks Myrno. How did it feel when you felt my hand tear through your fragile body as you bled to death on the ground? You've got some nerve, Angel, Beerus says. One way or another, you are going to pay for what you've done to Champa and the 7th universe. Pitiful, Myrno says. Your delusion still clouds your mind despite forgetting what just took place moments ago when I left you laying face down on the ground bleeding to death. And with Myrno then quickly being shown having to turn his body, in throwing Broly into Beerus, he then went on to continue, I swear on your lives, when this is all over, I will make sure that none of you pests are ever resurrected again. I will erase all of existence, including the afterlife, and start from scratch as it should be. Now stand aside, Myrno shouts. But out of nowhere, to prevent Myrno from going any further, Vados went on to interject by attempting to punch Myrno and telling him, you're afraid, that's what it is. If you're so sure that your power rivals or exceeds the Grand Priest's, then why are you so fixated to attack him before he is ready? With Myrno responding, you witch, you think I'm afraid of him? You think I fear these hypocrites? Don't you ever mistaken me for being like any of you, fool. But even then, despite having to avoid Vados' attack, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and Whis went on to grab onto both of Myrno's arms by shouting, Then if that's the case, stay right where you are, Jiren says. You will not reach them, Whis responds. You delusional little slaves, Murno says. You filthy, rotten, traitorous little puppets. I said let go of me! And as soon as Murno went on to power up in blowing both Jiren and Whis away, while Murno's attention was focused elsewhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito and Ultimate Gohan were then shown charging up for a Kamehameha, with Gohan shown waiting for Vegito to initiate. Vegito then went on to comment, Gohan, on my signal, release everything you've got. Even if our combined attack isn't enough to stop him, as long as we are able to slow him down and keep his attention locked on us, that's all that matters. This angel is beyond anything our wildest dreams could ever imagine, Vegito says. He is every bit as dangerous as he claims to be, and then some. We can't let him succeed. We can't let him win. Are you ready? Vegito asks, with Gohan responding, I never would have imagined to be up against something this extreme. It feels like we're living through an actual nightmare, he says. But what he's done to Pan and Videl, Dende, and the Earth, I stand with you no matter the odds. So what do you think? Should we hit him now, or will he already expect it? With Vegito responding, not yet. He's sharp, but as long as he keeps his eyes on us, then even if our attack fails to do anything, we still succeed. Who would have thought that he'd easily take our fusion on without even breaking a sweat? Wait on my signal. Steady. And with Murno shown having to kick Super Saiyan 3 Kefla in the guts, Gohan went on to chime in, the others are getting torn apart out there. We can't risk blasting him again only for one of our own to be killed. Which is why we have to pick our spots carefully here, Vegito says. Steady. Charge it. May, ha, may. As even with Murno's sister Margarita having to be shown coming up from behind and choking Murno, she then went on to tell him, you're going to pay dearly for what you did to Lord Belmod. Looks like I can still tag and grab you after all, with Murno responding, unless you plan on breaking my neck, restricting me from achieving my destiny will only result in your own failure once again. You'll meet your end again once I'm done ripping your father apart. And as Murno had gone in throwing Margarita away before he can actually do so, Margarita, before having to be tossed to the wayside, had found an opening and then managing to kick Murno by telling him, you should remember that I'm quick on my feet, Murno. As it was Murno who was then shown having to fly out into the distance, Vegito went on to inform Gohan by telling him, she knocked him back a bit. Gohan, now! As it was right then and there where Ultimate Gohan and Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had combined their Kamehamehas in firing it directly at Murno, with Murno not expecting a combined attack from both Vegito and Gohan. The attack then went on to make contact, with Gohan then asking, yes, we got him, a direct hit. But do you think it did anything to him? I can't see anything. I'm not sure, Vegito says, but don't drop your guard. We're not out of this mess just yet. We need more. Quickly, everyone, Vegito shouts, fire at will as soon as you see him, which was exactly what the others had done, because with Murno shown having to exit through the other side, both Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 took notice, with Android 35 responding, hey, there he is. Quickly, Buu, let's go. Don't stop firing at him no matter what. Wait until he drops down, Buu says. Buu's ready whenever you are, which was exactly what had then happened, with Murno having to be shown stabilizing himself and responding, those wretched Saiyans should have been wiped out ages ago when their ancestors were all blown to Kingdom Come. He's landed, Android 35 responds. Now, Buu, fire! Which once again, our heroes had done everything in their ability to make sure they were keeping Murno at bay, because with both Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 continuously shown firing attacks at Murno, Murno was shown in a defensive position and slowly having to walk on forward, as the Grand Priest was also shown having to observe this, as he then turned his attention at the hourglass and responding, only 2 minutes remain. If they can keep this up for another 120 seconds, then my order will be granted. Murno, I hope it was all worth it, as through the smoke we then get to see how Murno's arm had popped out through the smoke in stopping each and every single one of their ki blasts and responding, enough of these childish games you mortals continue to play. Your attacks stop here. Gohan, listen to me, Vegito says. No matter what it is we try and do to him, it's clearly not having an effect, and there's only one thing that I could think of that might do the trick. But we need time, do you understand? With Gohan responding, you need time? What kind of an attack are you... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Vegito says. But gathering energy from only one universe to use against him won't cut it, so we'll need more, Vegito adds. It's a stretch, but it's the best shot we have at making a difference against him. We'll need everything from everyone, Vegito says. Every mortal, every god, and every angel from across the multiverse. Do what you can, but just don't get yourself killed. I need you, Vegito says. And as Vegito was then shown having to take flight, he then went on to add, I'm not sure how much time I'll need to pull this one off, off, but no matter what happens, don't let him get close to me. We're about to give this bozo a taste of his own medicine and he won't even see it coming. A multiversal spirit bomb, Gohan asks, but how are they going to be able to collect energy from across the multiverse like that? And as Vegeta was then shown having to raise his arms up in the air and now beginning to create the spirit bomb, he then went on to add, alright, it's been a while, but here goes. Steady now. If this doesn't do the trick, then I don't know what will. But it's all or nothing and we have to put an end to him right now. He's too dangerous to keep around, so just in case if somehow the Grand Priest can't do it, then at least we'll have this as our trump card against him. So here goes. As with Murno shown having to dust himself off, he then went on to further comment, if scratching me was your objective, then congratulations. You've managed to dirty my clothes in the process. Your attempts are useless, and now and just what do you think you're doing, Fusion? Oh, don't worry about us, Angel. We're just testing something out while you have your fun with the Grand Priest in a moment or two. We promise we won't get in your way. As the Spirit Bomb was then shown having to formulate above Vegito, Murno made sure to pay very close attention to this as Murno went on to comment, a collective ball of energy hovering above him. Now, where have I seen this little move of yours before? But of course, Murno says, this is Goku's little technique. The Spirit Bomb, Murno says. So this is your ace card against me? You couldn't gather enough power to kill me even if it came from an infinite source, Murno says. But then, Murno's instincts had kicked in with Murno shown having to duck on under with full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kefla shown missing or kicking responding, you sure love running your mouth, don't you? But then, out of nowhere, Murno had reciprocated in uppercutting Kefla in the stomach by telling her, oh, but I do. It's all the reason for me to rub the salt deep within the wounds as you feel every bit of your failure through each grain. You were never a threat to me, nor were you even on my radar, mortal woman. Away with you, trash. With Murno shown tossing Kefla on over, he then continues, and now, almighty Grand Minister, it's time we settle our differences. But even then, before Murno was then shown having to proceed with his words and then being shown making his move, out of nowhere, Murno was just then able to get out of harm's way, with Vados shown scratching Murno and telling him, you will not touch the Grand Minister, and with Vados then shown making her way towards her brother. In an act of desperation with Vados shown tackling him, she then went on to continue, are you forgetting that I was one of the very few that was able to hold their own against you when we, but then, Murno was able to quickly then turn the tides against his sister by then being shown slamming Vados on down to the ground by punching her and responding, you held nothing against me, you only stood ahead when I allowed for you to get ahead. You, Vados, you and the rest of them are nothing but liars, Murno shouts. Cowards, slaves, I tried to free you. I tried to liberate existence from both of those ridiculous children. Children, Vados, mindless little worms who sit at the very top of power. We are better than them. We are beyond their divinity, Murno shouts. And I tried to show you. I tried to show all of you. And what did I get for training you, Murno asks, as he is then shown continuously punching Vados over and over and over again. What do I get for attempting to open your eyes to the truth? What did I get in return for helping guide you angels into becoming who you are today? You spit in my face. And for doing such, now I will spit in your face, Murno says. I will spit in all of your faces for refusing to free yourselves from this slavery you call life. Those little Omni Kings could end your lives at any moment, Murno adds. And for what? Because they're bored? Because they have nothing else to do? This was my stance. You chose this life, not me, Murno continues. I wanted to change it, to create a new reality without the rule of law that is overseen by children. So mass genocide was your answer, Whis asks, as he went on to grab onto Murno's hand by telling him, and you wonder why you were thrown out, with Murno responding, let go of me, Whis. You wouldn't know my pain, nor would, but then out of nowhere once again, Margarita came dashing on in by having to be shown kicking Murno in the face by telling him, you were supposed to remain without bias and you instead decided to want everyone dead just because they didn't agree with what you wanted creation to be. And the Omni Kings are loving this because this was exactly what the Grand Priest had promised. As the Omni Kings went on to chime in, they're ganging up on him. Look, he's getting really annoyed. This is so awesome. I've never seen a battle like this. Neither have I, says the second Omni King. They're keeping him from coming up here. See? I'm starting to remember him now more and more, says one of the Omni Omni Kings. I don't think he liked my rules for the multiverse very much. Hey, look! Time's almost up, says the second Omni King. There's only 60 seconds left. Do you see it? But even then, when going back to Murno was then shown visibly annoyed as Murno went on to comment, "An angel without bias. How hypocritical of you all to say that I have a bias, when it was your bias in listening to your masters that resulted in you all remaining shackled and without freedom."
Then place them in the right spots.
Need to find a power key radar quick.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Someone!
Let me see you suffer. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Gonna head to E. Try to find the key there.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
I need help!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
You're a big help!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them,
I
watch
think
out
no
for
one saved
enemies.
this guy. There's people in C right now. You do that.
Flying Nimbus!
This manual guy. I swear I played with this guy before. He's freaking trash. If it's the same person. Because he could have easily saved this person and he just let him die. What's this guy even doing? Not even trying to set the damn key.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Support this nigga, bro. Absolutely
Where
nothing.
did all
awesome.
Flying Nimbus!
The startup system's under attack. So tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Here comes the pain! Ah, idiot! Take on! Ah, bastard!
I'll send some supplies to help.
Absolutely, like, good for nothing. Like, whatless. Like, why are you even playing the game, bro? This guy, absolutely whatless. Good for nothing. Why are you even playing the game, bro? This guy, whatless. Good for absolute nothing. Why are you even playing the game, bro? See these three? Losers, bro. I'm gonna report all of them.
You don't show yourself right now. I'll reduce this place to ashes!
Maybe I am a bit lustful for blood, Murno says. Maybe my bias stems from watching the weak die many deaths over and over as I listen to them scream. As once again, to make sure that Murno was kept as far away from the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest as possible, out of nowhere, full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly had came up from behind and wrapping himself around Murno by telling him, "You again. Let me ask you, Beast, do you honestly think that I've been using my full power against you all this entire time? Or was I simply using you all to get what I wanted out of you? You think you know strength," Murno says. As he was slowly then beginning to break through Broly's bear hug, he then went on to continue, "Here you go. Let me show you what a small portion of what real strength feels like." Shaking? Losing your grip on me already, Murno asks. "Everyone listen up," Vegito shouts. "Lend me some of your energy. There's no time to waste and we'll need to smash him using everything we've got." "Is that the Spirit Bomb?" Golden Majin Buu asks. "Will our energy work against him?" "Well, the only way to find out is to try. Now hurry up and give them your energy," Beerus says. As everyone including Jiren was then shown doing exactly that, as Gohan went on to shout, "Aw man, I hope this works." "Something's gotta give," Android 35 shouts, "especially with all of this power that all of us here are giving to them. It has to." As it was only then where Murno was shown having to fully be able to break free from Broly's grip by telling him, "Silly Saiyan, you are at the very bottom of the food chain that you eat from." As he just so casually went on to kick Broly away, with Whis having to quickly intervene by catching Broly and telling him, "Remain with me, Broly, you will not perish." And as Murno looked up and seeing Vegito formulate the Spirit Bomb, Murno went on to put this into question by asking, "So that was it? This was all of the power those Saiyan mortals were able to acquire?" "Laughable," Murno says. "As impressive as that ball of energy may be to you, it would be a real shame if something were to happen to trigger it that causes that bomb to go off and kill you all," he says. "You just continue to stay right where you are," Murno says. And with Murno then shown having to raise his arm, he then continues, "I'm sure the Grand Priest will survive an explosion of that magnitude, as I'm sure he'll protect those little brats in the process as well. But you'll all be dead and out of my hair, which only then leaves them alone with me." As out of nowhere, before Murno could carry out his axe, Beerus went on to grab onto Murno's hand by telling him, "Not so fast, Angel. Some of us aren't finished with you just yet. You may be more powerful than us, but our resolve will never be shattered. I'm sure if you weren't able to see this before, then surely now you can. This is my universe," Beerus says, "and I won't let you do anything to destroy it." "You are a joke to me, feeble destroyer," Murno says. adds, "Your resolve means nothing to me. Your numbers mean nothing to me. Your power means nothing to me. You are no longer on my radar," he adds. "Stand aside and wait your turn." What the heck? He's gone, Beerus says. As with Murno shown having to speed blitz right past Beerus in doing what he was just about to do, Murno then went on to turn his attention back at the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings by responding, "The only ones who matter are the ones who sit and protect the throne. The root of all hypocrisy and lies," he adds. And as Murno had then proceeded in firing multiple energy blasts at them, in completely disregarding the small amount of time that the Grand Priest had needed to fight, Murno then went on to continue, "Your rules mean nothing to me. Maybe this will get you to break them and face me, you cowards. This is what I think of your pathetic and delusional laws held in place." But before Murno's blast could actually reach the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings, out of nowhere, Golden Majin Buu ended up teleporting right in front of them as Golden Buu went on to shout, "I don't think so. Now let's see if this works. It's been a very long time." So what Golden Majin Buu ends up doing is Golden Majin Buu ends up extending his mouth open, in literally them being shown having to swallow each and every single one of Murno's blasts, as Murno went on to look up by asking, "What does that mortal think he's doing? Oh, I see. A redirection counter. You creatures are all so predictable." As with Golden Majin Buu nearly shown having to explode from within, he only then quickly took it upon himself in firing all of Murno's attacks back at him, to where Murno was not impressed in the slightest, as Murno was shown having to deflect each and every single one of them by responding, "Using my own attacks against me won't help you, fools. I am invincible. No damage can destroy me, even if you are somehow able to use my attacks against me." To where out of nowhere, one of Murno's blasts, which was seen having to be deflected by him, was then ultimately shown making its way towards Vegito, who was holding the Spirit Bomb, as Vegito went on to shout, "Damn, we can't let that blast hit us!" Which fortunately enough for Vegito, he was actually able to teleport out of the way fast enough in avoiding Murno's blast completely, as Vegito then went on to look on up and responding, "Whew, that was close. We're still in the game. If that blast had connected, the entire Spirit Bomb would have been a gigantic waste. I don't think it'll be enough though," he adds. "We still need more. There's got to be another way." And with Murno then shown infuriated by the idea of everyone having to get in his way, an angry Murno then took it upon himself and having to power up then by responding, "I've had it with you worms and your constant interference. You will not deny me of my destiny. Since you wanted my attention this badly, now you..." But then, all of a sudden, Murno stops as he went on to look on up and noticing something, as Murno went on to comment, "Wait a second. That surge of energy just now, could it really be? That had to have come from him. I just know it did. He seems more determined now than he was a minute ago." "Yes, that confirms it then," Murno says. "He's ready." And with the Grand Priest then being shown having to stand there with every grain of sand now having to fall at the very bottom, it would only now appear as though the time has finally come, as the Grand Priest went on to address Murno by telling him, "Never in my life would I ever have dreamed for a day like this to come. For a father's hand to be forced in fighting and destroying his son for the abominable acts that he has committed. I tried speaking sense into you," the Grand Priest says. "I tried giving you a chance to see the harm that you were doing not only onto others, but onto yourself as well. These acts of mass genocide end here with me, Murno. Time's up," the Grand Priest says. And as both of the Omni Kings are then shown having to be visibly very excited as they cannot wait to see what's about to unfold, the Omni Kings then went on to comment, "Hey, look! He did it! The Grand Minister did it! He completed our challenge! Look there! Time's up! Time's up! Time's up!" says the second Omni King. "Do you feel that? The Grand Priest looks really scary. Do you feel his power? Oh, this is so exciting!" "Well, you got what you were asking for," Murno says. "Does that mean that you are no longer going to be chained like an animal and face the consequences that you have coming? Because I'm ready to shred you and be done with this." As even Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito went on to sense this, with Vegito shown continuing to collect more energy for the Spirit Bomb, he then went on to respond, "Whoa, that energy, that means time's up. We did it. We were able to help the Grand Priest with the time he needed. So that just then means," as with Murno shown having to point up at the Grand Priest, he then went on to tell him, "I want you to know that this is going to be the last battle that you will ever live to see. Everything will be used against you. Let this be the final chapter in the story of your deception. Remember what's on the line here, you snake. If you fail, then you can kiss the very essence of all reality and existence goodbye." As it was during this moment where all hell was about to break loose, Whis went on to inform everyone by shouting, warning, everyone brace yourselves! The Grand Minister's restrictions has been lifted! As with Myrno then shown having to power up with tremendous amounts of force, he then went on to shout, I've waited eons for this day. Today will be the day where you finally meet your end. Now come and stop me if you truly think you can. And it was only right then and there where the Grand Priest had then finally taken initiative in then being shown making the first move, in then being shown having to move towards Myrno with such tremendous amounts of speed. The present Omni King then went on to shout, oh wow, 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 wow! Did you just see how fast the Grand Priest moved? And with the Grand Priest then shown having to strike Myrno with Myrno shown having to defend himself, the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, you wanted me? Well, here I am, child. With the Grand Priest being shown having to strike Myrno with such tremendous amounts of force that not only was the Grand Priest able to hit Myrno hard enough in taking him off the planet, but the Grand Priest from there was then seemingly enough having to drive Myrno through several different planets, as even Vegito went on to comment, whoa, did you guys just see that? We were barely able to keep our eyes on them. Look, he's driving Myrno deep into outer space with ease. It's much more than that, Beerus chimes in. Look closely. He's smashing him through every planet along the way. In all my years, Beerus adds, I've often heard about the Grand Priest's power, but to see it up close like this is beyond words. As indeed this happened to be the case with the Grand Priest shown driving Myrno through every single planet along the way, from that point on with everyone having to observe, Kefla went on to ask, yeah, but can he do it? Is the Grand Priest strong enough to destroy him this time? There's no doubt about it, Gohan says. He has to be. Unless Myrno can be seen matching him, I think this is it, you guys. I think Myrno just might be done for. As through the other side of one of the planets, with the Grand Priest shown having to push Myrno on through, he then went on to tell him, you were able to bully your way around by tossing your weight at those who are unable to fully compete with you in battle. Does it hurt to know that feeling when it's now being thrown back at you, Myrno? As with Myrno then shown having to attempt to strike the Grand Priest, he then went on to respond, shut your mouth, you snake. You left me for dead, your own angel, the best of the best, thrown away in favor of tyrannical children. Enough, the Grand Priest responds, as he then followed up by kicking Myrno in the stomach. He then went on to tell him, your hatred and lust for revenge and power has not only deteriorated your mind, but it has spiraled so far out of control that you are beyond reasoning, and I cannot allow you to have things go your way. As the sheer force and impact of the Grand Priest kick was so intense that Myrno's body had went crashing through several different planets before having to stabilize himself in space by responding, why, you? Maybe
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Flying Nimbus! Someone save me! Where am I? You be careful too, okay?
Have to find one more Dragon Ball.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Holy hell. Make good use of them. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Oh well, I try to take him away from the time machine as is possible. Team should be on the time machine, but I don't know what they're doing. Tried, man.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. Holy hell.
We got all the Dragon Balls.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think
We're a second away. We need one of these guys to come in clutch. Come on, guys. We need one person to come clutch. So that. Jeez.
What? Impossible.
Maybe you've forgotten who you're dealing with here. Let's not forget that I was the only one among our race to ever stand up to you in battle. And it's for a very good reason, Murno adds, as with Murno shown having to duck on under in avoiding the Grand Priest punch, in being able to respond as quickly as it happened, Murno then went on to continue, it's for the same reason why you feared my potential, because you knew once you saw it with your very own eyes that if I was allowed to remain where I was, then I would have ultimately have taken your place and surpassed you completely, he says. As within that moment, Murno had then quickly followed up by having to then be shown uppercutting the Grand Priest in the stomach with such tremendous amounts of power that literally all the planets behind the Grand Priest were then shown having to be vaporized, which not only displayed the sheer amount of power that both of these individuals were displaying, but in the middle of having to then uppercut the Grand Priest, Murno then went on to continue, you were scared, you were jealous, weren't you? Because you knew that I would become a much better Grand Priest than you. This is on your head, Murno adds. You taught me everything there is to know, and because you did, I am now going to use it all to kill you. As with Murno then quickly following up by them being shown punching the Grand Priest in the face, which thus resulted in the Grand Priest also being shown having to crash through several different planets with both Whis and Vados observing. Even the angels themselves could not seem to believe this, as Whis went on to respond, Vados, are you seeing this? He struck him, Vados adds. Give him time. I don't think the Grand Priest is finished, she adds. We must keep our eyes on them, Whis adds. Something tells me that Father has a plan, but what could it be, he asks. I do not doubt his ability in this battle, but we must not lose track of them. As with the Grand Priest then being shown having to land back on the planet in which everyone else was on, and thus being shown stabilizing himself and wiping his face, the Grand Priest then went on to ask, surely that wasn't the best that you can do, was it? I would never underestimate your skill in battle, but it'll take more than one lucky strike to destroy me. And this itself really went on to piss Murno off, as Murno was shown having to close on in, and once again looking to make waste of destroying his father, Murno went on to shout, you've got some nerve. As with Murno then shown having to strike the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest being shown having to grab onto Murno's punch, there is a massive shockwave generated from the sheer force of this strike that everyone else alongside with the Omni Kings are beginning to feel this, as the Omni Kings went on to respond, hey, look, the entire planet is shaking. No, the entire universe is shaking, says the second Omni King. This is a really scary fight, as even Jiren went on to respond, what impact? Everything around us is violently shaking. Ah, come on, Vegito says, hold it. Darn, all of this shaking is throwing me off, Vegito says. We can't lose focus and have this be wasted. I'm hoping those two don't destroy the entire universe while they battle. Come on, come on. As we then go back to Murno, who was then shown mid-strike and looking very angry, he then went on to respond, why, you? I can see it in your eyes, Murno says. You think I can't win, don't you? You think I don't have what it takes to destroy you, is that it? You've lost your ways, child, says the Grand Priest. You do not have what it takes to win against me, and you never will. Unless there is more to you than meets the eye, this war that you have been waging against the gods is over, and you know it, Murno. Your fate has already been decided, but Murno still attempts to attack the Grand Priest anyway, because with Murno then shown having to attack his father in attempting to punch him, with the Grand Priest being shown having to dodge each and every single one of his strikes, Murno went on to shout, and just look who's the one getting ahead of themselves now. Enough, the Grand Priest says. It was as I said, the outcome of this battle along with your fate has already been decided. As with the Grand Priest once again being shown having to punch Murno back, Murno had refused to go down, as even Vados and Whis went on to acknowledge this, with Vados responding, I can't believe it, Whis, he's driving him back. Murno is losing ground, with Whis responding, I see it too. But look closely, Whis adds, Murno is beginning to get flustered. His energy is starting to flare. As with Murno then shown having to visibly be angry, he then went on to respond, so I see that you're just as tough as I remembered you being. Perhaps you haven't gone soft like the rest of those fools after all. And now that I can see that for myself, I now understand what I need to do. All this truly means is that I'm going to have to try just a little harder if I want to get my point across. A worthy opponent indeed, but a dead one at that, with the Grand Priest responding, don't try it, Murno. Extinguish your ambitions for revenge before it's too late. You cannot win. But once again, Murno is not willing to back down, because as soon as Murno had then gone in speed blitzing towards the Grand Priest, in an act of absolute rage, Murno then went on to shout, "I'd rather die 1,000,000,000 deaths over before I ever lay myself down to you traitors. Now die!" As right then and there, with Murno shown having to strike the Grand Priest, it was only then all of a sudden, as the sheer fabric of space-time around them was beginning to shatter, Vegeta went on to shout, what the heck is happening? Holy crap, Kefla says, the sky! What's going on? As the fight between the Grand Priest and Murno was now beginning to get so intense that they were both now beginning to shatter through reality itself, as Vados went on to respond, "They're tearing through the fabric of reality. They're shattering through dimensions with the sheer force of their attacks." As both the Grand Priest and Murno were then showing having to travel from the present timeline into the future timeline and then back out through another exit, as the Grand Priest was then shown having to regain control in smashing Murno through several different realities. As soon as they had both came crashing through the other side, the Grand Priest went on to tell Murno, "You've invoked mass genocide on all those who've you deemed as unfit and unworthy to live. You, an angel whose responsibility was to watch over creation, not destroy it, decided to want to lust after complete control of the throne in order to see your vision through. You have violated your oath as a grand angel and have spat in my face for granting you the life that you were so fortunate to live." As with the Grand Priest then shown punching Murno, he then went on to continue, "First you will be punished for the crimes against the gods that you have committed, and then you will be punished for the disruptive chaos you've created through your presence within the existing multiverse. And you truly think it will be that easy?" Murno asks. "You've acknowledged me before as your successor. And just as you've acknowledged me once before," Murno says, as he then went on to grab the Grand Priest by his arm. He then quickly followed through by having to throw the Grand Priest with such tremendous force by telling him, "You will acknowledge me once more as being your superior. That throne will be mine," Murno shouts, as once again, Murno was then shown having to strike the Grand Priest in shattering through reality by telling him, "And I will do everything in my power to have it." As Murno and the Grand Priest were then once again being shown having to tear through the Dragon Ball Super Broly timeline, the Granola timeline, and many others, Beerus went on to put this into question by asking, "I can't believe what I'm seeing. They'll destroy the entire multiverse if this keeps going. Whis, what's happening?" With Whis responding, "As shocking as this may sound, my lord, I can barely keep up with their movements at this point. They are moving at such a pace where it appears as though they are standing still, but they're not. This is exactly why angels are forbidden from fighting, especially angels at their level. This is now beginning to affect all of reality and every timeline." But even then, with Murno shown attempting to punch the Grand Priest with the Grand Priest dodging, the Grand Priest then went on to inform Murno by telling him, "I'm very impressed. Despite your absence throughout the generations, you haven't forgotten your training. But I haven't taught you everything." And with the Grand Priest then shown punching Murno in the face, the sheer result of this one punch alone was enough to send Murno crashing through yet another reality. With Murno then making his exit as the Grand Priest followed, he then went on to tell him, "You called for this war, child. Your rage is what drove you into now suffering as you've suffered once before. Order will be restored," he says. "Let this painful beating be a stark reminder of how badly you've fallen from grace." As with Murno's body once again being shown having to smash through several different planets, Kefla went on to ask, "Are you guys seeing this? There will be nothing left by the time they're done." "I don't think Murno stands a chance," Android 35 says, "but I have a bad feeling about something." As with the Grand Priest being shown having to look out into deep outer space, he then went on to comment, "I haven't been forced to engage in this way for many generations. He's every bit as dangerous and mighty as I remembered him being when he was by my side. Is there anything left of the real you in there?" the Grand Priest asks. "Don't make me do this." As with Murno shown having to still continuously being shown smashing through planets, while at the same time in an eerie way being shown smiling, Murno went on to comment, "I can't believe it. Would you look at that? I haven't felt actual pain since you nearly eradicated me eons ago. Well done, Snake. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all. But if this is all you think that I can do, then you are in for a shocking surprise." "Whis, tell me, can he win?" Beerus asks. "Is the Grand Priest using his full power? Why isn't the fight over?" With Whis responding, "I honestly cannot tell you, my lord. I sense confliction within the Grand Priest's heart. Maybe that's because he truly doesn't want to kill one of his own," he adds. "I believe the Grand Minister might be searching for any redeemable qualities that still may exist within him. And I'm sure that if he doesn't find them, then he will end Murno's life once and for all. unless there is something that we aren't seeing on the surface yet. As with Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito still being shown having to collect energy for his Spirit Bomb, in an act of desperation in being able to see his plan through, Vegito went on to address everyone by shouting, "Everyone listen up, we need more power! We've gathered as much as we could from this universe and it won't be enough. Listen to me, if this is all that we can collect from Universe 7, then unless there's another way, I need you all to lend me more of your energy right now! We can't risk it all on just this, it's all or nothing, so please, we have to hurry!" As all the while deep within outer space, we then get to see how Murno had maintained balance, in further having to prevent himself from flying out any further. In an act of anger, Murno went on to respond, "Gah, not a chance. I've waited too long and have come too far to lose now. Especially to you, traitorous fiend. One way or another, I will find a way to break you if it's the last thing I do." As out of nowhere, the Grand Priest had then continued in attempting to strike Murno, with Murno being shown barely having to move out of the way. As the Grand Priest is now focused on putting an end to Murno, he then went on to address his son by telling him, "Your efforts of destroying me are failing. Surrender now, Murno. Do not force my hand into destroying you." But as quickly as it happened, Murno was then shown having to put his hands together and further having to respond to his father by telling him, "Oh, I'll show you, failure, you scum. I'm sure you must have been watching when Universe 12 fell at my feet, which means what you are about to experience will be the same thing Martinu experienced before she died. Let's see if you are really able to hold up to your title, Grand Priest." "Still think this is easy?" Murno asks. "This is for ripping me away from my universe, for stabbing me in the back in favor of delinquents." As the Grand Priest quickly went on to turn around by responding, "What are you doing? That's way too much energy. Don't try it, Murno." But Murno went along to fire the attack anyway, as Murno then went on to shout, "Die, you liar!" With the attack itself then being shown having to make its way towards the Grand Priest, it was only then upon firing this attack where the Grand Priest then went on to remember Martinu, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, "I remembered hearing her final cries for help echo through the vastness of space. Your own sister, Murno. You snuffed her life away without cause or reason, all because you wanted to draw me out to face you. My precious angels," the Grand Priest says, "I will not let any of your deaths go in vain." And with the Grand Priest then being shown having to make his way towards Murno's attack, he then went on to shout, "It is my sworn duty to protect all life no matter the circumstances or cause." But even then, Murno continues to fire upon the Grand Priest anyway, as Murno went on to shout, "I don't care what happens to this universe. Once the throne becomes mine, I will create a new reality, new angels, ones who will serve and obey my every command, new mortals and new gods of destruction, a new multiverse where I am its one and only true king, a king without equal. I don't care what happens to you," Murno shouts. "I don't care what happens to any of you. Let it all be destroyed." But then, during his act of wanting to destroy the Grand Priest along with the entire universe, Murno had then gone on in sensing something very unusual, as this spark went on to catch Murno's attention, as Murno went on to ask, "What was that just now? But that's not possible. I can feel his energy getting closer. But through my own attack?" As indeed this just so happened to have been the case, because through Murno's divine final flash, we then see the very scope of how powerful the Grand Priest truly is, as the Grand Priest was shown having to literally go through Murno's attack and re-emerging on the other side by telling him, "How dare you carry on with such blasphemous actions? You truly are beyond reason. You are consumed by hatred and revenge. Don't you ever speak ill of the dead in my presence again, child. These so-called worms were your siblings, your brothers and sisters, Murno. This one is for them. All of them," the Grand Priest says. And as the Grand Priest was then shown having to strike Murno in the face with such tremendous amounts of force that Murno's body was not only sent hurtling through the voids of space, but the sheer speed force in which Murno's body was traveling in was literally beginning to shatter all of reality and space-time itself once again. But before traveling into a different dimension, Murno went on to brace himself in maintaining his balance by responding, "You persistent fool. So I see you haven't let yourself go like the others did after all. The one true constant, huh? And here I thought that was honestly going to do the trick. I guess I was mistaken, Murno adds. Perhaps I'll have to use even more power if I want to see this through. Look at me, Murno says. It's been a very long time since I was able to feel this kind of pain. But I can't help but ask now, I've noticed you caught on, didn't you? My elusive energy siphoning technique isn't working on you. So you've blocked yourself off from having your power taken, huh? Very smart indeed, Murno says. Tell me something else. You're not pulling your punches against me, are you? I wonder what's going through that head of yours. As the Grand Priest went on to respond, you knew from your early days of when I trained you that energy siphoning was forbidden. And what's even more is especially for lustful purposes. You should already know that this technique will not work on me as it did with the others, the Grand Priest adds. Yet another one of your plans foiled. Everything that you are was molded by me, the Grand Priest says. I tried to overlook your desire for power until it was made painfully clear that unless you were to be dealt with, then you would have been a much bigger problem to deal with, as it was only then where out of nowhere, Murno had gone in attempting to strike the Grand Priest by opening up a portal and telling him, I'm much more than just a problem that you're going to have to deal with, traitor. But once again, the Grand Priest had made easy work by ducking, dodging, avoiding, and even stopping Murno's attacks with his own hand, as it was only then from out of nowhere, Murno was then shown opening up two portals beneath the Grand Priest, and them being shown having to grab on and latching onto the Grand Priest's legs, as Murno went on to tell him, careful now, for someone as strong as you, it would be a real shame if you were to be outsmarted, wouldn't it? To where as soon as another portal was then shown opening up, and Murno having to latch onto the Grand Priest by choking him, Murno had then saw this as being the ultimate opportunity. As Murno went on to continue, there's plenty of more where that came from. We can't keep our audience waiting, Minister. What do you say we bring the fight back to them so they can watch you get torn apart right before their pathetic little eyes? If you haven't felt anything before, then you are surely about to feel this one. To where as soon as Murno had saw this opportunity in connecting a thunderous strike to the Grand Priest's face, that not only had gone in creating a shockwave so intense that it was felt all throughout the entire multiverse, but as the Grand Priest's body was then shown having to hurtle through space, the angels Margarita, Vados, and Whis went on to comment, Vados, Whis, are you seeing this? The shockwave of Murno's attacks alone are destroying hundreds of planets throughout the universe, Whis says. Are you sensing that trajectory, Vados asks? It feels as though the Grand Priest's energy is getting closer and closer, as it was within that moment where we literally see how hundreds of different stars were then shown being destroyed by the sheer shockwave of Murno's strike. With Murno shown casually smirking, Whis went on to continue, they may be making their way back here as we speak. We must brace ourselves for anything that may happen, as even the Omni Kings went on to feel the shockwave of this attack, as they were then shown literally shaking in their seats, as the Omni Kings went on to comment, oh wow, everything is shaking. It feels like they're shaking the entire multiverse as they fight. I've never seen a fight like this before, says the second Omni King. I can't even see them, but I can feel them from all the way over here. It's hard enough being able to keep up with their movements, Jiren says, but I've never felt anything like this before. Wait. What's that? Jiren asks. As even Beerus went on to respond, I feel it too. Something's coming. It doesn't feel like an attack, so that means one of them is heading here. As even Vegito went on to acknowledge this by responding, steady. This is nuts. There won't be a multiverse if they keep this up. I can't believe that Murno is actually able to fight back, or is he being allowed to, he questions. Is the Grand Priest trying to redeem him somehow? Either way, Vegito says, we can't fail, but this won't be enough. We need more power. Whoa, what is that? Vegito questions, as he then went on to look up and noticing how the Grand Priest's body was shown crashing through multiple different planets, as even Vegito himself could not believe this, as Vegito continues, wait, is that the Grand Priest? I think it is. Oh no! And as the Grand Priest was then shown having to enter orbit and then making his way down onto the planet, the other angels went on to quickly notice this, as Whis went on to respond, right there! It's the Grand Minister! We've got to stop him from crashing turning into us, Vados says. Now, angels, let's help him! To where as soon as Margarita, Whis, and Vados are then shown having to make their way upwards, in doing the best they possibly can in assisting their father during the course of this battle, as all of the angels are shown making their way in, Whis went on to shout, "Grand Minister, we're here! Angels, leave us. Do not intervene." As the Grand Priest was shown breaking his fall, he then continues, "You are to remain where you are and leave me to deal with Murno alone." As Vados chimes in, "But we can't just stand by and watch him do this to you." As the Grand Priest was shown wiping his mouth and responding, "Worry not about what will happen with me," he says. "I know better than anyone of what Murno is truly capable of, and I will not risk losing any more angels to him again." "He's coming," the Grand Priest says. "No matter what happens, you are to look after the others, especially the Omni Kings. I know what I'm doing," he adds, "and I plan to keep the promise that I've given them by putting on a spectacle for them. It pains me to have to do this, but until I call for it, you are to refrain from joining this battle." As it was only then where out of nowhere, once again Murno had gone and reappearing once again and attacking the other angels by telling them, "What's this? A family reunion? This dinner table is seated for two. Now stand aside and watch as your beloved father is torn apart. Get out of my way," Murno shouts. As with complete ease, Murno was then shown having to knock away Vados, Margarita, and Whis all at the same time, but this in fact did not go unnoticed by the mortals, as Jiren went on to catch Margarita by telling her, "I got you. Stay with me," as Kefla did the same with Vados by telling her, "Whoa, there we go, gotcha." That was a close one, as Beerus was also shown catching Whis by telling him, "You're not going down that easily, Whis. Hey, can you hear me? Stay with us." As Whis responds, "I hear you, Lord Beerus. Thank you. Listen to me. Although the Grand Minister is in full control of this battle, there is no telling what Murno might do or how far he's willing to go if backed into a corner. Searching to find the Murno of old has failed," Whis adds. "He is long gone, and I'm sure the Grand Minister sees this as well," with Beerus responding, "So then what do you think we should do? We've been given the order to stay back as they fight. So what are we to do from here if we can't jump in to aid the Grand Priest?" "Up there," Whis says, "the Saiyan Spirit Bomb," he adds. "Although they have maxed out the universe's energy to grow the bomb larger, we must find a way to give them even more energy to ensure the Spirit Bomb's powers." Beerus responds, "So, you're saying that even after giving our own power, it still won't be enough? So how are we to know this will work?" Beerus asks. "I'm guessing the mortals are waiting for the perfect time to pick their spots in order to launch it, but how could we fuel the bomb if we've already maxed out Universe 7's energy?" "Unless," Beerus says, as we only then go back to the Grand Priest and Murno, who are both shown locked in a very intense battle, as the Grand Priest was shown catching on to Murno's punch by telling him, "And what do you hope to accomplish if you see this mission of yours through?" he asks. "If you were to somehow destroy me along with the Omni Kings, then what exactly do you expect will happen?" As from that point, Murno was also shown having to latch on by catching the Grand Priest's punch. He then went on to respond by telling him, "A new beginning, that's what. One without meaningless laws upheld by brainless little children. And I, as its supreme king. Look how weak those angels have gotten since the glory days of when I was around to help them. They've grown comfortable during these ages of peace," as with the Grand Priest and Murno shown locking in a test of strength, with Murno appearing overly confident as the Grand Priest kept his composure. Murno then went on to continue, "But once this day is through, none of you will ever know peace. The errors of the gods that have gone overlooked for eons will be corrected. The laws held in place which are meant to bond us will be broken. The weak shall die and only I will remain. The only existing life form in creation until it's restarted. In my image, in my name," Murno adds. "I thought you were better than this. Have you grown soft for me?" Murno asks. "Are your emotions preventing you from killing me? That's if you even can, is that it? This is why you are unworthy to lead," Murno says. "You lead with emotion and rules. I will lead through might and instinct. You appear more relaxed than I imagined you'd be. Why is that?" Murno asks, as the Grand Priest went on to tell him, "After all this time, I expected more from you considering you are my strongest angel and next in line to take my place as the Grand Minister of the Multiverse. But now look at you, the Grand Priest says. You are but a shell of who you once were. What makes you think you are above judgment? What makes you assume that you are above our angelic law, he asks. It was why you had fallen then, and it will be what results in your great fall now, child. You wanted complete control over things that you did not yet understand. So what did you do? You destroyed yourself in the process in order to reach for something that was never destined to be yours. Which only then, shockingly enough, as Myrno was overhearing this, while still locked in a test of strength with the Grand Priest, Myrno then took it upon himself to both literally and figuratively spit in the face of the Grand Priest, and the Grand Priest looked irate by this because not only was this one of the ultimate forms of blasphemy within the angelic race, but despite all of the common sense that the Grand Priest was desperately trying to embed within Myrno, Myrno from that point had then taken it upon himself to spit in his father's face, which by no means did not go unnoticed because as the Grand Priest quickly went on to let go, in uppercutting Myrno in the stomach, he then went on to tell him, "Myrno, you will pay dearly for what you just did." How dare you, the Grand Priest says. You have some nerve. And with the Grand Priest shown having to flip Myrno over and then being shown having to throw him directly down onto the ground with such tremendous amounts of force and velocity that even the other angels went on to acknowledge this by responding, Did Myrno just... He did, Margarita says. He has lost his mind. No one has ever disrespected the Grand Priest like that. Ever. And as the Grand Priest was then shown having to stomp down on Myrno's chest and literally having to drive him through the planet itself, it was within those moments where the Grand Priest went on to address Myrno by telling him, "You have yet to feel my wrath for all of the horrors you've caused. And since you desperately wanted to experience my power, then let this be an example of it." As moments later with the two shown having to exit through the other side, both of the Omni Kings could not seem to contain their excitement as one of the Omni Kings went on to comment, "I can't believe what I just saw. Did you see it too? Did you see it too? I've never seen anyone spit in the Grand Priest's face." I did, says the second Omni King. "This battle is everything the Grand Priest promised it would be and more. This is so intense. I'm shaking in my seat." Oh, holy crap, Kefla says. He just smashed right into him and out through the other side of the planet. In case something happens to this planet, Golden Majin Buu adds, we must prepare our barriers to aid us. As it was only then through the other side of the planet with Myrno shown having to hold on to his chest, he then went on to respond, "You deceiver. So, you are hiding your true power from me after all. I felt that one," Myrno says. "That one actually hurts. What's wrong? Were my actions disrespectful? That was the exact feeling I had when you threw me out and left me to die, Snake. But I still stand before you. Are you starting to remember how durable my body is now?" Myrno asks. "You yourself had even said that it was as though my body was indestructible. So this really shouldn't surprise you, especially if I am able to still go toe-to-toe with you without exerting myself that much. Face it, traitor, you are fighting an unwinnable battle, because one way or another, I will find a way to break you, and then I will kill you." As the Grand Priest responds, "I'm sensing doubt coming from your spirit. Is that because you are starting to worry about what's going to happen to you?" "You wish," Myrno says. "Tell me, should I be the one who is worried, or should you be the one who should take heed? You know you can't destroy me, don't you? I've mastered the art of soul separation and spirit splitting, which means unless you can truly overpower and destroy me, then I will always find a way to live on. I'm starting to wonder if fighting one of me is bothering you, then how about you try fighting dozens," Myrno says. "I have acquired many abilities and skills that one would consider to be unnatural and forbidden. Of course, this being one of many of them," he adds, as it was only then shown where dozens of portals were then beginning to open up, as through them, we then had bared witness how multiple original Myrnos were then beginning to step on through. In an act of trying to outnumber the Grand Priest, Myrno then went on to continue, "So tell me, should we go on and attack you together, or should we break away and kill the other worms first? I assure you there will be no more resurrections after this is over," the Grand Priest says. "Your fight is with me. The others are of no concern to you at the moment. I know what you are trying to do," the Grand Grand Priest says. It is a skill that you learned from training with me. You will not be able to break through my defenses to find what you are looking for, as Myrtle then went on to smile in responding, smart! But do you really think I can't break through? Well, let's put that to the test then. What will it be, he asks? Will we attack the rats on the planet, or will we see it to kill you first? Let's see how good your eyes truly are, so pay attention, because here we go. As right before initially going out of his way to attack the Grand Priest, that's when Myrtle went on to acknowledge the Grand Priest by telling him, you know, I find your calm and collected demeanor to be rather fascinating during these dark times that you face. I wonder if that's because you are preparing yourself for the inevitable. You won't get very far against me, Myrno says. That I can assure you. As the Grand Priest responds, your arrogance continues to blind you from the truth. You will refrain from targeting the others and you will focus your attention towards me. So don't try it, Myrno, with Myrno responding, a little nervous, are we? We'll see what the outcome has in store for us. You are more important to me now than those worms are anyway. Now then, Myrno adds, destroy him. As all of a sudden during this moment, all of Myrno's clones had then taken initiative in making their way towards the Grand Priest, as Kefla went on to respond, everyone look, are those clones? He still has the ability to clone himself? As Margarita went on to respond, it's one of Myrno's trademark techniques, which is what makes him such a difficult opponent to go up against. The Grand Priest is outnumbered out there, as one of the clones made his way in. As the Grand Priest went on to defend himself, it was only right then and there where all of Myrno's clones were then shown jumping the Grand Priest, as Android 35 went on to chime in, but can the Grand Priest hold off against them? There are dozens of them up there, we can't just stand around and watch this. As with all of the Myrno clones then shown having to attack the Grand Priest and jumping him at the same time, the original Myrno went on to take a step back and having to observe the overall situation by responding, that's right, that's the way, smash him until there is nothing left. Show him your pain, beat him into submission until he begs for his life. How does it feel knowing that you can't win, Minister? Does it anger you knowing that you've been surpassed by a superior angel? That's right, my mighty army, crush him. Beat him until he is barely breathing and then bring him over to me. Annihilate him, he adds. We can't just stand here and watch this happen, Jiren adds. I refuse to wait around while our lives hang in the balance. The Grand Priest is outnumbered and he needs our help. We've got to fight even if we die, Jiren adds. I won't stand for it, but before Jiren can go and make his move, Whis went on to stick his arm out by stopping Jiren and telling him, Warrior of the 11th, you will wait. Although outnumbered, the Grand Priest knows exactly what he's doing. Until he calls for it, we will wait, Whis says. As all the while when going back to all of the clones being shown attacking the Grand Priest, we then see how Myrno had picked up on something in noticing something very unusual among the dog pile, as Myrno went on to add, he's unaffected. What is that snake up to? There's no way he's not damaged by their attacks. But then, through the mosh pit, we then see how the Grand Priest had then taken it upon himself in dashing towards the original by shouting, that's enough! To where as soon as the Grand Priest was then shown having to punch Myrno in the face in creating a massive shockwave in space, that's when the Grand Priest went on to tell him, you will not be allowed to progress any further with your madness. You are to experience what those who stood across from you had to experience before you are destroyed for good. To where once more, as soon as we then get to see how all of reality around Myrno is then beginning to get shattered, as Myrno's body was sent crashing through multiple dimensions, Beerus went on to add, I can't believe what I'm seeing. The Grand Priest is truly something else, Whis. Despite facing overwhelming odds, he isn't cracking under the pressure against Myrno. How does he do it, Whis? What is the true depth of his power? With Whis responding, the Grand Priest has only ever showcased his true power on two separate occasions. Once being when Myrno had graduated in becoming the Grand Angel among our race, and once when he was forced into casting Myrno out after learning of his true intentions of multiversal genocide. As powerful and as dangerous as the Grand Priest is, he does not wish to inflict any harm on any of the universes while battling Myrno. He is very careful with his actions as he does not wish to destroy all of reality in the process. I truly wish that it had never come down to this, Whis adds, but Myrno has brought this war on onto himself. As with Murno's body still shown having to crash through several different dimensions, Beerus then went on to ask, so, then it's over, right? Murno doesn't have a chance if what you are saying is true, right, Whis? As Whis responds, I would like to hope so, but I still have a bad feeling about this. We will see, Whis says. As with the Grand Priest then having to oversee how Murno's clones were then disappearing, he then went on to add, this would have worked on anyone else if you tried this tactic against them, but let's not forget I was the one who taught you what you know. Which interestingly enough, as the Grand Priest went on to look on down, in noticing the massive spirit bomb beneath him, the Grand Priest then went on to add, the mortal spirit bomb has appeared to have stopped collecting energy from the Seventh. Perhaps this could be useful against Murno after all, but with the amount of power that it has, it won't be enough, the Grand Priest says. They were reserving this in case I fell in battle, but it doesn't need to be saved if they intend to use it, he says. To where out of nowhere, as soon as the Grand Priest had then gone in making his way and appearing in front of Vegito, in being taken back by the sudden appearance of the Grand Priest then went on to add, Mortal Saiyan Vegito. This technique of yours is surely very impressive. Well done on collecting Universe 7's energy. Hey, thank you, Vegito says. But as strong as this is, I don't think it'll be enough to destroy him, as the Grand Priest responds, oh yes, I know, which is why I have come to tell you that you will be collecting